I'm a fire, no, me fans and yet $2 so. Me so mint so. To me, the me difference be
into be bar no castle Charlie. Women in $1 cost for me to be per se, be I to wait 10 cities last year, per se in 2 cities, because $1 cost.
So man, because I am a ton.
Never found to Kwamba.
Oh, what can
you $1 buffon?
Yes, me channel. Say, my father dada, answer $1 no more so. Until we bet Macon and the mobile $1 dollar na buano no. I bet Makoto. And I was so kind and said, was $1 na buano me, a shows and yampa. And yampa, because you have no money for go. Answer na, or much $1 no so. To Rebecca's $1 na buano dear. On one answer, I be on the door, China. Okay. To about no be distribute to no man. To an idea buano.
Last one, she said, port to port at 24 hours, or 24 hours. I wonder. Send me say good because Mukranium.
Oh, 24 hours and they say, Buabino. On where 24 hours, you know, ma. Or sad the cook, a buano. That's also be you, man. Ah, that may you know my 24 hours and so many pages. Because they want no money buy a check and say, I wish you had the mortgage. This is 24 hours. That means you can skip the mortgage. I say, can I say, no, my delay, you never to me if you. Madam Yamian Queen and me quite portion, you know. Okay, that's one. Hey, you know, almost 24 hours and no. Mean to mention it. Or more port on Abia, a bit me a bomb. And I make us have about 24 hours and M1 when they mean to mention them in Kobe. Into 1 day, mean to mention it. You're saying? The Mampokria. Mampokria is a spare part dealer here at Abosokai, and she also talked about the forex. And I think the gains that people are talking about, she also doesn't feel it. And also talking about 24-hour economy, she doesn't really, she's not into import and all that, so she cannot really tell us, give us real-time impact of that very policy. Of course, it was just launched on July 2, and so, real-time impact cannot be assessed according to her.
Indeed, and let's cross over now to the Makola market because my colleague Judith Brown is engaging some traders. Let's listen to what's happening.
Mefa condition and I say no matter as wo because some pesca no bebre nti no mo ye short yes rabbi say on fa drivers and customer.
So you have them right. Most of the traders here at the Makula market had similar concerns. They want that today in the budget reading the finance minister ensures that there are more reduction in prices and also ensures that when the city appreciates, they ensure that people here at the markets also reduce their prices so that it can affect all of them here and make sure they make more money as well. Reporting here from Makula Market, my name is Judith Brown.
And you just heard right there my colleague Judith Brown, who is currently at the Makola market, also picking the views of some traders there ahead of that presentation by the finance minister, the mid-year budget review presentation by Dr. Kasiel Atoforsin, which we're hoping will be happening very shortly. Stay with us.
Adama, Adama, Metimoso, my sorry. Canino, Obo Moasia. I do prefer Nobium Unum and San last night. I don't know what we did was here. Adama, what you have from what we say. Yet you drew back up a ship we be a high technology. I could freeze up. When Kwan and once open your 15 letters. No fugum, what ya no fugum. What the bus here? If we be any what you have equity self, over Timono. Then we sure say, Sure Tassia. No matter for now, no freezer, Umpa when up a day. Freezer, Dacia, a bastion do so among Ammoniaji. Omtina me, Miwasika, Omtina me, but you may not do some doom. Adama, with that Adama, no queer. Adama, you can't resist.
Ubenya Adama West Africa for a dream, or baby bear a tongue cry who made you. I feel Kayone Kinkai in Choya, a dream.
Africa and worldwide. Join us on Inspirational Gospel Mix.
The government is about to unveil a massive road infrastructure project. We shall be ready to determine that cement that is used for government projects should be sourced from sources that are cheaper on the market. It's as simple as that.
Do you have average prices that we are looking at?
95 cedis makes sense to me instead of the so-called 180 Ghana cedi, which are called rent-seeking and so much unfair to the ordinary Ghanaian.
Is this a government policy or is it a ministry?
I just spoke to you and saying that our ministry is about to unveil a significant road infrastructure program. And in this, cement is a huge component. I'm just giving an indication that cement dealers should take advantage and bring the prices down. Otherwise, we will be forced to say that if we find prices reasonably priced within the context of the economy, we have no reason not to direct that cement be sourced from those sources.
Right, but Honorable, they say that the clinker is imported, and that's a major component in their price build-up. So if you are telling them to reduce it.
Cement clinker is imported. Today, the dollar is down. They made the same argument, that is why they increased the cement all the way to, at the point in time, almost 130 cities. If you play back their own words to them that clinker is imported, what is the importation bill of the clinker today? If they make the calculation, it should be coming down. Because we haven't increased price of anything or taxes on anything significantly to justify keeping the price of cement at 120 Ghana cedis.
Have you engaged some of these?
We have engaged themselves and had meetings. Aguta and everybody have given an indication that they were going to reduce prices, but we are yet to see that reflected in the price of cement where we buy our items at the hardware shop.
But are you also ensuring that the cement components of contract sums are varied in such a way that the average, the 95 we talk about?
Of course, the quantity surveyors only put out in terms of whatever they have been based on what the contractor says the price of the cement is. And indeed, there's an indices that the industry players use. But currently, the indices they are using means that the cement is selling still over 120 Ghana cedi. That is why.
Kwame governs. And you just watched and listened there to the Transport Minister Kwame Govins Agboja giving some updates from his sector. And this is still a continuous coverage of the Media Budget Review 2025. That presentation we're all waiting for to be done by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Ato-Forcing. And we're seeing some images from Parliament, MPs seated. It looks like the Finance Minister is almost getting ready to present the Media Budget Review, which a number of people have been waiting for. What has changed over the last 6 months since the government took over
over power. How has the government spent the monies that were giving it from the beginning of the year when the president was sworn in on the 7th of January 2025? What should we expect in various sectors of the economy, education, power, transport, agriculture? What should we expect? These are all some areas that a number of you are waiting for the finance minister to give update on, and indeed projection for the year. We already do know that the inflation rate has dropped from 18.1% in May to now 13.7%. You bear witness to the strengthening of the cedi against major foreign currencies from then 17 cedis to now 10 cedis, 45 pesos as against the US dollar. So there are a number of updates that we're expecting the finance minister to give us. And of course, we are here with you to bring you all the latest from Parliament. We also do understand that the minority in Parliament is already also preparing to have a boycott of the event. We do understand, we have had some members of the minority speaking to us that they would prefer to petition the president rather than sitting in to listen to the mid-year budget review presentation by the finance minister, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsin. So it looks like it's going to be a lot of charged, or a lot of information coming from there, and indeed charged atmosphere as well. We're going back to my colleague Mawina Egbeta, who is in Parliament as well. Mawina, we can see some arrangements going on. MPs are trying to find their seat and ensuring that the finance minister has all set before he comes in to present the mid-year budget review. You're in there. What can you tell us? Perhaps there are things we can't see.
Yeah, Beatrice, as you rightly mentioned, still a number of the MPs chatting amongst themselves as they ready themselves for the arrival of the Speaker. I've seen Ecospio Gabra on the floor having a conversation of some sort with the Foreign Affairs Minister. Some could be to a Blacker as well. There's Zaneto and then James Agalga and some other MPs. It's all waiting on the Speaker to officially arrive. It will pave way for proceedings to commence, essentially. We see the minority all in black. Not quite sure what the reasoning is. And so we just want to hold our horses in terms of putting a word or a statement to it or an explanation to it as to what really they are thinking to do with this appearance. But obviously, we know that they had planned to petition the president demanding a hearing of some sort. As to whether or not that coincides with today and what they are in is what we'll find out a lot later after all is said and done. But for now, we'll continue to await the arrival of the Speaker and for proceedings to start. We know that it's just a statement on the mid-year budget, and so it will not be subject to debate. But I mean, Parliament being a master of its own rules, we'll get an understanding as to what really happens after the finance minister, who is around, but not immediately on the floor of the House. What you will deliver to all of us, and then what the reaction will be thereof.
Mawina, as I'm speaking to you, I can see the Attorney General, Dominic Ayene, having a conversation with Reverend Intim Fojo, former Deputy Education Minister. I don't know whether you are in chambers yet, and I'm sure you remember the recent press conference and that thing between the Attorney General, his office, and Reverend Intim Fojo. I don't know whether you can tell us perhaps what could be happening.
Well, that and many more such conversations actually is what's happening there. Yes, you're right. Bafwewa is one of them, Hassan Tampuli, and now we'll see Patrick Boama as well joining in that conversation. There's a lot that possibly over the last 48 hours, questions are being demanded of the Attorney General, after filing that knowledge processor in that Dr. Buford case indicating that 60% has been recovered, and so they decided to file a knowledge processor. The minority has reacted, obviously not satisfied with that move, and so that possibly could be one of the many things they're talking about as they continue to haggle and have conversations. But these MPs are friends, and so not quite surprising what it is that we see when they come around, and the conversations are quite so frank and so happy amongst many other things. But that and many more, now we see as well that Mr. Kospio Gabra is having that conversation with Haruna Idrisu and some other CNS Norway and a host of others. And so it's all just different conversations, different people gathering in small clusters, having separate conversations, and then that's pretty much it as we continue to await the arrival of these people.
Indeed, Mawana, before you go, earlier when we spoke, there was scanty information regarding why the finance minister had delayed. Now it's 1:25 p.m. and we're still yet to see any indication that he's just about starting. Is there more information now as regards what's delaying this?
Hello?
Mawana, can you hear me?
Yes, you are a bit inaudible. I'm hoping that could be better.
Okay, so I was saying that earlier when we spoke, there was scanty information regarding why the finance minister has delayed in presenting the mid-year budget review. I'm just wondering whether after some hours, now is 1:25, there's some clarity regarding why he's delayed.
The finance minister is in Parliament. He's in Parliament. We've seen him twice. And so it cannot be said that the delay can be attributed. Individuals we've not seen, Afengo Martin, Alexander Afengo Martin, and Mahamaya, who are the leaders on both sides, as well as the Speaker of Parliament, and as well the clerk to Parliament. We've seen the deputy clerk in and out, that these three individuals, Speaker and 264, are the individuals who are not yet here, reason for which proceedings are yet to start. And as we have it, as and when we see them immediately, we can be confident that proceedings will start, and then we'll get the media budget review. But as it stands, Alfred engaged the deputy majority leader a while back. There wasn't an indication as to why the delay had occurred, and so we will just wait and possibly get an explanation when they arrive.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Mawena Egbeta. And if you're joining us on Facebook, we're showing you what's happening in Parliament right now. That hearty conversation, I should put it, between the sister of former Foreign Affairs Minister Hannah Tete and some of the MPs engaging in different sort of conversations, like you just heard Mawena Egbeta tell us, all in preparation towards the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiela Tuforsi, coming in to present what everyone is waiting for, the mid-year budget review 2025. And of course, we'll be here and also going to Parliament, in and out of Parliament, to bring you the latest as regards what's happening.
dancing very short. Just
We're whiling away the time because we have been waiting for quite some time.
He's really kept long.
Well, now I put it at some 18 hours ago. I was on Dr. Kasiala Tuforsin's X page, and the advertised time at that time was 10 a.m. Subsequently, we had 11 a.m. Now, if you go on his X page, there's an updated flyer. It says 12 noon. I anticipated maybe a bit of a 30-minute delay, but if what is happening on the floor or in Parliament is anything to go by, I think we can anticipate some more delays because the minority is yet to put together their presser. They want to address the press and by extension address the people of Ghana. They're clad in black. I'm sure they'll be putting some more flesh on the bones, telling us why they are mourning. You know, today for them seems to be a day of mourning.
Wow.
And so everything else also going on in Parliament means that there's further delay.
I can see a lot of them in black actually. But the funny thing is that although they are wearing black to signify whatever it is they want to communicate, they are having very hearty conversations with the majority, I can tell you, because I saw some of them on screen. Yes, but you know, technology helps us. We are not doing this alone. I also have Sisters Donlo, who is in the studio here, and then Michael Diogbodu, who's joined us from Parliament on the phone. Hi, Michael. We all say hi.
Hello, people.
Yes. So, Michael, before you tell us what's happening, sisters, I'm just, Helen has just given us her initial thoughts regarding the delay. What are your own thoughts? I know we've spoken a lot since morning and tackled different angles.
Yes, so these delays are usually expected, you know, because Parliament, it's a place of politics, compromises, negotiations, engagements, you know, and all of that. When you have events like this or occasions like this, it is expected that one side of the House will try to hold the other side of the House to ransom over one or two issues. So in times gone by, in the immediate last Parliament, where you had the numbers being tricky, you had occasions where Finance Minister was to present budget or President was to give State of the Nation address. Then you would have the minority side at the time, which was the NDC, holding the majority side at the time, which was the NPP side, you know, to ransom, loosely used. Because it is on occasions like that you get to have the ear of the executive.
Certainly.
You get to have the ministers, the president and his appointees sitting down with you and coming to a certain compromise over certain issues. So if you would recall, there were instances where, in fact, President Akufo-Addo's last State of the Nation address, we saw, the last but one, we saw a similar incident where it dragged on a bit. There was a bit of time, you know, between the advertised time and the actual start time. And that is because you would expect that the minority side would have some demands that they would say, if you don't present this, we won't endorse this. If you don't cut this, we won't approve of this. So all those are compromises that are made, negotiations that are struck at that point in time. You would also recall the Honorable Andy Appiah Kubi and his group of the members of Parliament,
almost 19
members of Parliament, who said, if you don't sack the Minister for Finance, we would not listen to you or grant you audience when you come to present, when he comes to present the budget for that particular period. So that's also another example that we can use to cite, you know, explain away some of these delays. But admittedly, this delay is beyond explanation.
I mean, from 10 to 11
from 10
to 12
to
now.
11 to 12.
It's now 136.
It is now 136. And we still don't have any hope that they will start anytime soon. So the things we are picking up on the ground, and our reporters on the ground have told us some of them,
yes,
giving us some hints into what possibly could be happening there. That you have the minority side, you know, they had been in the meeting the entire morning. trying to agree on whether they would they would not grant audience to the finance minister, or they would sit through and not mind you, because there are types of actions that a caucus could take. You could walk out, you could boycott, you could sit in but not participate. There are various forms of protest that
you could wear all black.
All black, which is
like
which has become a norm. The black and the placards. Unfortunately for us, placards are not parliamentary. Shouts and screams and singing and all of those things are not parliamentary, you know. But the last parliament, let me be very careful.
Would you say that it set the tone for what we're seeing today?
Yes, the last two parliaments actually, they started this whole thing about displaying placards. You see the minister, finance minister is coming in, or the president is coming in. Then you see them, with printed materials. Then they display. That is very unparliamentary. Or you hear them, singing and doing pa 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 away, pa 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 away, yentiobia. All of those things very unparliamentary. But for some funny reason, it's crept into the practice now, and I'm sure that people like the Right Honourable Bagbin, people like the Right Honourable Michael Quay Senior, people like the Honourable Che Ose Mensah Bonsu, they won't be happy with what is happening now, because it is not the practice that they inherited or they were introduced to.
But why is that such a negative evolution? I mean, they are also able to express their views. What makes it so unparliamentary?
Parliament is a place of decorum. It's a place of order. It's a place that says that you have your say, and your say you will have your turn, but it has to be done in an orderly manner. It has to be in a decorous manner, so that we don't have people shouting over each other just in an effort to make a point or to be heard. So it's a floor on which every single voice can be heard. Every expression can be made. But the manner in which the voice is heard or the expression is made matters a lot.
Indeed. I want to interrupt you just a little bit, because Michael Ogbodu is back on. Michael, before you speak to us, we can see the chairman and the general secretary of the governing NDC, Johnson Asiedu Nketia and Fifi Kwete, happily sitting at the back there chit-chatting. But from where you are, what can you tell us?
And the former deputy majority leader is also seated there.
Yeah.
A minority leader, the Honourable James Klucha-Veji,
who was the chair of the Public Account Committee for a very long time. Yes.
In his signature white beard.
So let's hear from Michael Ogbodu. Michael, okay, we've lost Michael again. I think we're having an issue with our line, but hopefully when we reconnect to him this time around, they seem to really be having fun, as the finance minister prepares to come, sisters.
Yes, it's a place that you get to interact. And you also even mentioned that earlier, that you see, even though members of the minority caucus say they are not officially participating or they may not officially participate, but you can see the cross aisle interactions.
I'm telling you that just before you even came on, I saw Sticker, the man who just released some bombs just some minutes ago, really walking very close to Johnson Asiedu Nketia and the rest. And that's quite interesting. I mean, he told us that whatever it is the government is enjoying now, they set the tone for it. So really, we shouldn't, be clapping for the government that much.
And I think that's also forming the basis of this potential boycott. I believe Christian, our colleague, spoke with Honorable Gojoapo Nkrumah, Honorable Eko Vincent Asefua, also a few others, Sticker, also we heard from just now. And the consensus was clear that we are reaping the benefits of some fiscal measures that were undertaken in the last administration. So for them, I mean, they know why we're enjoying what we're enjoying now. They don't need to sit through that reading. In fact, they say they want to bypass and go straight to the president. They have something that they need to share with the president, which
and
is
today is the day
they want
to share it.
They'd rather
see, that's also another mark of bad faith, because this would have been scheduled a while back. The executive would not just come and say we are presenting a mid-year budget review tomorrow. They would have had it would have been on their calendar for at least a month or so, if for nothing at all. You've had notice all this while, and you choose the exact day that they are coming to present.
Tell you the health of the economy in the last 6 months.
That is the day you want to go and sit with the president. The president himself should even be paying attention to what is happening on the floor of the House. So the president might not even have the time to give you or grant you audience. You see?
As soon as he tunes off from 3FM 92.7, he'll be listening to his finance
minister.
But you know, earlier as well, he was at the Asumdwe Park to mark the 13th anniversary of the passing of the late President John Evans Atamil. So
on this day.
Yeah, so he's had a very busy day, and like you just said, he perhaps is preparing to listen to his finance minister, what he has to present to Ghanaians.
So I'm sure that whatever the outcome of the meeting of the Minority Caucus is, we will get to hear and know that shortly. But we are also expecting that the finance minister will start the conversation now, because time is fast running, and we probably may not have enough time. But these are men and women who can sit deep into the night in service of their country. So
and they want to bring us along on that journey. They said, fellow Ghanaians, today we're all working together.
We are in this together.
Yes.
We are in this together.
Yes.
We are in this together. We're going back to Parliament. Christian Yale has some information for us. Chris, what do you have for us?
Beatrice, so right now, the finance minister is in a meeting with the leadership of the House, i.e. the Speaker, majority, and the minority leadership as well, to finalize a few things before he comes into the chamber to brief members of Parliament. I can confirm that it's a full House, really. When you come here, you see lots of people who have gathered inside the chamber in the public gallery. When you look at it in the press gallery as well, it's full to the brim, and even the MPs themselves have turned up greatly in their numbers from both sides of the House. What I can tell you, Beatrice, is that when you look at the minority side, already the MPs have clad themselves in black post, which gives a signal. Earlier, when we engaged them, the impression we got was that they are likely to boycott the budget review, the presentation which the finance minister is able to make. And so what it also tells you is that probably, and as we have seen in the past, what they usually would do, it is like they would raise few issues, talk about the fact that the country it's worse off as of now under this administration, unlike they left aid. Because when you interview them, a lot of things they will tell you, Beatrice, is that most of the gains that this country has witnessed right now under the 7-month administration of the NDC government, those are things that they worked on and handed over to the government, and the government is now in the benefit there. And so, of the view that there is really nothing much when it comes to fiscal policy that government has done to things that are
I'm sorry, Christian Yale, your line is not so clear. If you would kindly reposition yourself so we are able to hear you clearly. But thank you for the information you've given us so far. I want us to go back to Parliament. Alfredo Kanse is having a conversation with a member of Parliament for Brekum. He's there with my colleague Michael Ogbodu. So let's kind of listen into a bit of that conversation going on, and then we'll come back to our studio conversation here. So you're rather hearing should I call it the sound of MPs in the Chamber of Parliament, and very shortly
Describe it as the sweet chatter of politics. Yes, that's what you are hearing in the background. You and I are future. That's what you're hearing in the background.
No, Helen, it has nothing to do with our future.
This one is just, hey, Charlie, how are you?
So,
the fufu you chop him.
She's trying to say that she's eyeing some seats here somewhere in Parliament too, because you know the funny thing is
don't Kwabinya.
Hey.
Don't Kwabinya.
And I mean, I would be going as an independent. Now the key seat has flipped.
Oh, you can run on the ticket of the CPP.
You know the funny thing, what she just said, what Helen just said. When I was in GIJ, one of our lecturers used to tell us that Ghanaian journalists, when they grow, they become politicians.
The pipeline is actually clear. I mean, you can see it because you either get very enamored with it, and maybe you want to stay in this position or stay in this space. You either want to now, no. Once I've heard, I can do something better in there. You either want to go in there.
You go there and you join them.
The other option is that you are so put off, you are so traumatized by what you are seeing.
But you
get the exposure, actually, because you get to understand the inner dealings, the relationships, you build them. You get to know where to go for what and all of that, especially for those who are close to the legislature. You know, normally if you look at the parliamentary correspondent, if you look at the presidential correspondent, as for the judicial press corps people, they read too many long, boring things, so they don't think about politics.
No, perhaps they think of becoming lawyers and better lawyers. Hopefully they catch the eye of the Chief Justice. They get to go to some, sit on some interesting cases on the panel, and
so you mean our colleague Lord Edu Asari?
You didn't hear that from my mouth.
Okay. No, but it does appear there's some great movement. And we should be seeing some action from the speaker anytime soon. I think that I see his people bring out his documents.
So let's get clarity. Sorry to butt in. Christian Yale is actually there, so he can tell us what's happening. Chris, what's happening?
Please come again, please.
I was asking you what's happening. Sisters was trying to give us understanding based on what we're watching on the screen that it looks like the speaker may be making a statement shortly. You're in the House. Just tell us what you're seeing and perhaps really what we can't hear.
That's the indication. That's the indication. Once you see the marshals bringing those documents, then it means that very soon you hear a sound that goes like Mr. Speaker, then everyone gets on their feet to welcome the speaker, as well as even the finance minister, who has a big day today to deliver the media budgetary review. And so any moment from now, actually, when you look at the time that Parliament advertised yesterday when they were about to adjourn, we should have expected proceedings to begin just around 12 p.m. We are almost 2 hours late behind schedule, but it is expected that also maybe the finance minister wouldn't give much because we don't expect a supplementary budget, or like when you talk to the NDC MPs, what they tell you is that they are not coming to ask for extra money. So it just means that we may just have a general overview of how far we've sped from the time that he came to deliver.
And sorry to interrupt you, Christian Yale, we're seeing the Speaker of Parliament now. He just took his seat and we'll be hearing from him very shortly. But if you could kindly just land on your thought. Just wanted our listeners and those who are watching us on Facebook to realize that indeed the Speaker has taken his seat and we should be hearing from him, as you were saying earlier.
Amazing. So just now that he is arrived in the chamber, prayers are offered, and then right after that there will be formal communication, if there is any, from the president, and then we move to the big ticket item for today, which is the presentation of the media budget review by the finance minister. We are all set and we have it all covered. Beatrice.
Parliament has now...
Christian Yale there bringing us that update from Parliament. And so with the Speaker seated shortly, we should be hearing from him and things should the ball should start rolling, really.
Yes. So we would soon be hearing the prayers, after which they will take the vote of proceedings. And as they'll first check at the last sitting what was said, any corrections to be made and all of that before we then get into the business of the day. But I am expecting, Beatrice, an apology from Parliament to the people of Ghana. Look,
for the delay.
I think that Ghanaians have been taken for granted for far too long, all in the name of politics.
Because Ghanaians haven't complained, perhaps.
But should we complain? Look, this event was initially advertised for 10 a.m.
That's right.
It moved from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Moved from 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. And at that point, there was no communication from either the ministry or from Parliament itself. Okay? And now it is almost 2 o'clock, 7 minutes to 2 o'clock. And the House is now getting started. I don't think that it is fair to Ghanaians, especially that this is something that is of national interest. Businesses are listening. People are ordinary Ghanaians.
They want to see the way forward.
We, the people, we are all listening, and this is becoming too regular, and it's not good for us. At least Parliament should be able to apologize to us, or the minister before he starts should be able to apologize to us for the 5-hour delay.
I'll be impressed if he does that.
That should happen. That should happen. That would tell us that, look, they realize that we are following. And it's not always about the 276 people or 275 people, so 76 minus 1, people who are in the chamber now. It's not always about them. The larger population is watching and following.
Helen, you have something to say because the Speaker has started talking, or you want us to just go straight and listen to him?
Before Sixers introduced that concept of fellow Ghanaians being apologized to, I hadn't even thought about that. I think I've just been conditioned to accept it as it is. I really wasn't going to complain because I saw 10 a.m. on the Honorable Finance Minister's page, then I saw the 12 noon, but we're here now, so we can get into it.
We're here now. Let's listen to the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagwin.
So we'll move straight to at the commencement of public business. Sorry?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
With respect, we don't have the order paper addendum. So I would like to draw your attention to that. We haven't seen it.
Honorable members, please, we are still in transition, so some...
3FM 92.7, urban lifestyle radio station.
The huge road sector debt, 21 billion. The whole road sector budget is around 3 billion. How do you clear the 21 billion within the first 6 months? So that is the difference. The previous government engaged in profligate
Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. So we'll take item 1 on the order paper addendum.
So in the order of our business, it is preferable for us to start with item 3 before we come to presentation and first reading of bills and presentation of instruments. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I whispered something in your ear that we would like our Chief Whip to make a statement before we take that agenda. Thank you.
Yes, you are right. You whispered to me that you have a short statement you want to make to draw our attention to something. So please, may I listen to the Minority Chief Whip?
Speaker, I'm grateful for your kind indulgence. Speaker, I say there's a lot of pain, Speaker, as we all do know, our 4th Republican Constitution is the most sustained constitution in our body politics and history as a country. Because we are increasingly electoral violence is increasingly wait, I want them to be quiet before. Electoral violence, Mr. Speaker, is increasingly rearing its ugly head in our fledgling democracy. Mr. Speaker, the recently rerun 19 polling stations at Ablekumanov is truly revealing.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, just a minute. Honorable members, the Minority Chief Whip is raising a very serious matter: election violence. I think it's a matter that we should take note of and devote a day to dilate on it, and at the end of the day take a position, because we need everybody to be on board. It takes away a lot of the shine of our democracy in this country. And so what he's talking about is a serious matter. It's not something for us to just gloss over. But I want to plead with him, because I didn't know the statement was on this subject matter. Because I myself have noted it. And my intention is for us to devote a day and enough time to take this matter through. It worries all of us. Particularly, you, the players, must be more worried than any other person. Because the violence will be meted up to no other persons apart from you, the players. So it's something that we should take some time, and I want to urge the Minority Chief Whip to let us stop today, because we don't have time to do that. And our nation, in spite of what we're talking about today, are focused on hearing what the minister is going to tell us about the media review. Then we'll get enough time to handle your matter. Thank you so much.
Speaker, with respect, I will not on any day defy your authority. But Speaker, we have a lineup, a number of activities to back home our demands. And to the extent that these violence visited are not atoned, we cannot be part of the presentation of the media budget. And to that extent, to that extent, we are exiting the parliament and cannot be part of this process.
And in the background, you can hear the minority side of Parliament chanting there, away, away. And before those chants started coming in, you heard the Minority Chief Whip, Frank Anodompre, asking permission to really make a statement. He went on to talk about the violence, electoral violence, and then when the speaker said that we should have a dedicated day to deal with that matter, and that today all of us should concentrate on the finance minister coming in to bring us that mid-year budget review, he then announced that indeed the minority is not going to be part of it. If you're watching us on Facebook, we're showing you images of Parliament and the minority walking out of the House because they don't want to be part of this mid-year budget review presentation. Let's go back to bring you exactly what's happening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This side of the House definitely agrees that electoral violence is not something that any of us should countenance. We do agree that as a country we should be committed to ostracizing any form of electoral violence. We agree with them. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I attended the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress on behalf of this side of the House. And the issue of electoral violence was discussed. And I attended a meeting of the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress, and there was a clear commitment by the National Executive Committee to take steps to deal decisively with the issue.
So these are the scenes outside the
I don't think it's proper for you to make comments on it. So what we've done is sufficient. Let's move on to business and do what is proper for today. Yeah. As I said, we'll have another day to discuss this matter.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Just one last sentence.
But it will not be fair that after I've stopped you,
yes,
I allow you to make comments on it.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't stop them from walking out.
No.
We couldn't stop them from walking out.
Well,
and the whole nation has seen them walk out.
Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, that's a different thing altogether. Let's go on with today's business.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Except that I will land.
There is no except. There is no except.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So we will take item number 3 on the addendum order paper.
Yes, honorable members, before we do that, let me just acknowledge the presence of our August visitors from a number of our schools and other institutions. We have over 32 students from the Boma Senior High School, led by the headmaster of the school in the person of George Ampofo. The school is located in the Tanonof constituency. Yes, they are up there to my right side at the public gallery. Please, you are welcome. And what just happened is what we call a walkout. It's part of the practice of democracies all over the world. When sometimes you disagree strongly with an issue, you walk out. After they finish with that item, you walk in and continue. When you boycott, you just don't attend at all. Then that one will be a boycott. But this one, they were present and they did a walkout. It doesn't
got inside these vehicles. They are moving to the Jubilee House to present a petition to the president. We understand from the indications that they have concerns to raise about some key issues of public concern. On the floor a while ago, the Minority Chief Whip, Frank Anodompre, was raising a concern about issues around electoral violence, and especially ones that we recorded during the recent rerun of elections in 19 polling stations in Ablekuma North. There are other issues which the minority over the period have raised concerns about, and so they are right now going to the presidency. We saw that notice earlier that they were going to do that. The time was not communicated as to when exactly they will be heading there, but right now, while the proceedings are ongoing for the finance minister to deliver the media budget review in the chamber, they have walked out and are now making their way to the Jubilee House to have that presentation done. You see the Chief Whip, Frank Anodompre, ensuring that all of them get seated so that they are able to move together to go and have that done. We wait to see how that pans out going forward. But let me see if I'm able to get him to give us a word or two on this action that they're embarking on. They are going to the Jubilee House to present a petition to the president on a number of issues that they have listed, and they are going to present to the president, one including electoral violence and chaos. Leader, are we able to get a word from you? You wouldn't speak now? All right, so he tells me that he wouldn't speak now. He would speak after they are done. So, you see, if I should call it that way, a number of the V8 that have been lined up, buses that are conveying the members of parliament on the minority side all the way to the Jubilee House. When we check other members of leadership who are getting ready to move to go to the Jubilee House to have that presentation of their petition to the president. It is expected that once they get there, a delegation from the presidency will be assigned to receive the petition. We wait to see who exactly is going to do that and what the response would be and what are the details exactly contained in that petition. And so right now you have the motorcade that is going to take the lead, and right after that the buses follow. Leadership of the minority is ensuring that everything is in motion before they themselves would join to move towards the Jubilee House. And so that is it. There you have it in your short that they have moved and are currently making their way all the way to the Jubilee House to make that crucial presentation of their petition. And now you get leadership of the minority themselves into their vehicles to move to the Jubilee House. Earlier on the floor of Parliament, the Minority Chief Whip, Frank Anodompre, arrested the proceedings and told the Speaker that they are very worried over a number of incidents that have happened over the period, from electoral chaos. And even when you read, really, there are other issues that are mentioned, including even the suspension of the CJ, which is also another matter, a 21 that even earlier today or even late hours yesterday, we saw the minority leader, Alexander Afenyomarking, make a post about on social media. And so it just appears really that the minority has tailored a list of issues that they want. So these are a number of media personnel, members of the press corps who have also joined the convoy. That is the Deputy Minority Whip in your shot right there, Jerry Ahmed Shaib, who is also making his way to join his vehicle, and then they all move to the Jubilee House. It's interesting to watch, really, and when you ask me, and especially in a day like this when you have such a crucial national assignment, that is the presentation of the media. And so it's quite a convoy, if you should ask me. There you have it in your short. The minority MPs indeed and really have boycotted the presentation of the mid-year budget review and are currently heading all the way to Presidential Drive, the Jubilee House, the seat of government, to present a petition to the president on what they have termed as matters of public concern. It is so interesting. You look into the chamber right now, their side is entirely empty. What is also striking is how they've clad themselves in black costumes. Let's take you inside the chamber for the proceedings as it is ongoing there.
For finance to move the motion.
Cheers, obviously, also for the entrance of the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasala Toforsin.
And you heard what was happening in Parliament earlier. Well, if you're watching us on Facebook, we're showing you how the Finance Minister just walked in, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsin. He's sitting by the Majority Leader, Mahama Yariga, taking some documents out of his brown bag, I believe getting ready. And he just got a yellow paper, I believe the other paper like they normally call it. He just mounted a podium. Perhaps we should go to Parliament. He's about to start.
Yes, Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, before I proceed with the media review, I would like to pay a tribute to the former President, Professor John Evans Atta Mills, whose unfortunate demise occurred on this very day, 24th of July, 13 years ago. Mr. Speaker, may his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House approves the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm back to the House today with deep sense of duty and optimism to present the mid-year fiscal policy review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of government on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, this presentation is in line with Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the entire mid-year fiscal policy review to be captured in the Hansard while I present the highlight. Mr. Speaker, this review is more than a fiscal update. It is an account of what we inherited and the positive results of our stewardship in the last 198 days. Mr. Speaker, following his re-election with an overwhelming mandate, President John Mahama inherited an economy in deep distress, far worse than what we had imagined. The economy was marked by large imbalance with huge MDA arrests, massive debt, weakened institutions, and heightened public anxiety. Since 2023, the debt in the cocoa and energy sector had in particular posed significant fiscal risk to the Ghanaian economy. The Ghanaian private sector and the business community looked on in despair. Public trust was completely eroded, the national spirit was broken, and the foundation of our economy had sunk even deeper. Mr. Speaker, the budget deficit had ballooned because of reckless commitment and wasteful spending. The indebtedness of the government had culminated into state insolvency. The impaired balance sheet paralyzed almost every single state enterprise. High cost of living and inflation impoverished large segments of the population, eroding the real value of their income and savings. Right Honorable Speaker, the mismanagement of our public finances by the previous administration led to a devastating haircut through the DDEP, which denied pensioners and middle class their lifetime savings, their livelihood, and in fact, their dignity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond holders also suffered painful haircuts, severely affecting Ghanaian businesses and financial institutions. Soaring interest rates crowded out essential spending on education, health, and infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana cedi depreciated against all major currencies to levels never seen before, making it the worst performing currency in the world. Public sector corruption reached an all-time peak. As President Mahama said, the whole of Ghana was indeed a crime scene. Mr. Speaker, investor confidence waned considerably, significantly reducing investment inflows. The public debt reached unsustainable levels. The unemployment situation worsened, which made it difficult for Ghanaians to find decent jobs. Many micro, small, and medium enterprises collapsed under the weight of economic mismanagement. Right Honorable Speaker, to compound all this, the country suffered credit rating downgrades by all three major credit rating agencies, placing Ghana firmly in default or junk territory, never seen in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to further illustrate the enormity of this economic burden, we inherited an IMF program which had derailed and completely gone off track, with key targets missed, putting our economic recovery program in jeopardy. In the words of the Deputy Managing Director of the IMF, Mr. Boli, the program had deviated substantially from its target by close of 2024, unquote. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited weak commitment control systems and irresponsible spending, which left arrests of over 67 billion and contract commitment of about 194 billion Ghana cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, we inherited a bleeding energy sector with annual financing shortfall in excess of $1.5 billion US. We inherited a debt-riddled cocoa sector with liabilities of 32 billion Ghana cedis, a weak financial sector with significant non-performing loans, despite pumping over 30 billion Ghana cedis into the so-called financial sector cleanup. Right Honorable Speaker, steep debt repayment humps were also inherited, where at the time, Mr. Speaker, we inherited repayment humps of 20 billion for the year 2026, 50.3 billion for the year 2027, and 45.8 billion for the year 2028, as well as significant short-term treasury bills maturities of about 137 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we inherited depleted buffers needed to cushion the country from any fiscal or external shocks with empty sinking fund. And Mr. Speaker, we inherited stored projects, about 55 of them tied to bilateral debt restructuring, with about $3 billion in undisbursed loans. Mr. Speaker, the root of our 2022 economic crisis can be traced directly to an overbearing fiscal dominance, marked by reckless spending and corruption, compounded by poor leadership of the previous NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, the worsened fiscal situation spilled over into the monetary and external sector, causing a rapid depreciation of the Ghana cedis. The monetary financing by the central bank reached an all-time high. Mr. Speaker, the worsened fiscal situation spilled over into the monetary and external sector, causing a rapid depreciation of the Ghana cedis. The monetary financing by the central bank reached an all-time high, driving inflation to levels never seen in decades. Mr. Speaker, there was a complete lack of coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, signaling the highest level of incompetence in the management of our economy. Mr. Speaker, in the face of all this dire inheritance bequeathed by the Akufo-Addo administration, the government of President John Dramani Mahama made a conscious decision not to make excuses, but to reset our country. We chose the path of structural reforms and transformation. We set out to reset our economy, restore good governance, and policy credibility. We renewed our social contract with the Ghanaian people and redefined national priorities by being deliberate in both our policy choices and approach to economic management. At the very onset, we organized the National Economic Dialogue and the National Education Forum. Mr. Speaker, we held direct engagement with key groups and stakeholders, including market women, trade unions, youth organizations, and traditional leaders. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that clear policy measures were outlined in the 2025 budget presented to this House in March this year. In our new economic model, Mr. Speaker, we tightened fiscal discipline without compromising social spending. Right Honorable Speaker, the recent IMF Executive Board affirms this new economic management model, noting that faced with large policy slippage and reform delays at end 2024, the new NDC administration had taken bold corrective actions to maintain the program on track. Right Honorable Speaker, the IMF further noted that these corrective actions, combined with continuous structural reforms and an improved external sector, are expected to result in economic stability, resilience, and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, we streamlined and increased investment in education, health, agriculture, and infrastructure, as well as employment. In fulfillment of our major manifesto pledge, we established the Ghana Gold Board through Act 1140 to accumulate foreign exchange to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. We have restored coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana to ensure a cohesive and integrated approach to economic policy making across relevant institutions. Mr. Speaker, in less than 200 days, we have brought back clarity, certainty, stability, and purpose to our economic policy direction. Right Honorable Speaker, we have made significant progress. The signs of recovery are obvious, evident, noticeable, visible, tangible, and they are being felt. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal position has significantly improved. The primary balance on commitment basis posted a surplus of 11.1% of GDP at the end of June 2025, beating the ambitious 0.4% surplus target for the same period. Right Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was 0.7% of GDP, outperforming the target of 1.8% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, inflation has reduced significantly from 23.8% at the end of December 2024 to 13.7% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this is the lowest since December 2021 and marks 6 months of continuous decline. Interest rates are declining with a drastic drop in Treasury bill rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced from 27.73 in December 2024 to 14.73 in June 2025, a decline of over 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 182-day T-bill rate has reduced from 28.43% in December 2024 to the Treasury bill rate has reduced from 27.73 in December 2024 to 14.73 in June 2025, a decline of over 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 182-day T-bill rate has reduced from 28.43% in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025, a decline of another 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day T-bill rate has also reduced from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025, marking a decline of over 1,400 basis points. Gross international reserves has significantly improved, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of Ghana accumulated $11.12 billion, covering 4.8 months of import at the end of June 2025. And this compares to $8.98 billion, covering a 4 month of import as at end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana cedi has demonstrated exceptional resilience and strength in recent months. At the end of June 2025, the Ghana cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant reversal compared to the same period in 2024 when the cedi depreciated by 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% respectively. Mr. Speaker, so far we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the year 2022, 2023, and 2024. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to note that it is the first time that this level of appreciation has been recorded in the 60 years history of the Ghana cedi. Rating agencies, which once classified our sovereign credit worthiness as junk, are beginning to upgrade our ratings. Fitch Ratings upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B- with a stable outlook from restricted default on the 17th of June 2025. The IMF program is back on track with the successful conclusion of the 4th review by the IMF Executive Board on the 7th of July 2025, which immediately triggered the disbursement of $367 million United States dollars. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond the numbers, this is a story of sound leadership, better economic management, and a restoration of hope to a nation once in despair. Let me, on behalf of the President John Mahama, sincerely thank the people of Ghana for their trust, patience, and continued support. We do not take your sacrifice for granted. Mr. Speaker, this government did not come to simply manage the decline. We came to reverse it and reset our country. The gains of these first 6 months are just the beginning. Mr. Speaker, these early successes only encourages us to stay the focus, stay disciplined, and continue to do more for the people of Ghana. There is still a long road ahead, but our steps are now steadier. Our direction, clearer, and the national spirit has been lifted with the gradual restoration of hope in our democracy. We have moved from promises to purpose, from ineptitude to action, and from distress to relief. Mr. Speaker, we have established policy credibility and restored credit worthiness. Right Honorable Speaker, the rest of my presentation will focus on 4 areas: macroeconomic performance for the first 6 months of 2025, the status of Ghana's debt restructuring, and the status of implementation of key government programs. Before I conclude, macroeconomic performance, Mr. Speaker, for January to June 2025. Mr. Speaker, the first half of 2025 has demonstrated our government commitment to economic recovery. Through prudent fiscal management, sound monetary policies, effective structural reforms, and strategic investment, we are laying a solid foundation for sustainable growth and shared prosperity. To put the assessment of the economy in the first half of 2025 in a proper perspective, it will be useful to restate the ambitious yet attainable macroeconomic target we set for ourselves for the year 2025. The Speaker, we set for ourselves an overall real GDP growth of at least 4%, non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, end-year inflation rate of at least 11.9%, primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, and gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import cover. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to the real sector. Mr. Speaker, despite global economic uncertainties, Ghana's economy demonstrated robust growth. In the first half of 2025, the economy expanded by 5.3%, up from 4.9% in the same period of 2024, marking the highest first quarter growth since 2020. The agriculture sector led this growth with a remarkable 6.6% increase, about 3 times the growth in the first quarter of 2024. The agriculture sector growth contributed 26.4% of the overall first quarter growth. The fishing subsector grew the most at 16.4%. Mr. Speaker, the service sector constituting the largest share of the economy of 46.8% grew by 5.9% and contributed 47.9% to the overall first quarter growth, with information and communication technology leading the growth in the sector at 13.1%. Industry grew by 3.4% in the first quarter of 2025, contributing 20.6% to the overall first quarter growth. Manufacturing also posted an impressive growth of 6.6%. Right Honorable Speaker, non-oil GDP growth, the real sector, also picked up strongly, growing at 6.8% in the first quarter of 2025, compared to the growth rate of 4.3% in the same period in 2024. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP growth is the highest since 2018. It is expected that with the introduction of our 24-hour economy policy, the Big Push program, and the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program, the GDP growth will be sustained and possibly exceed the target of 4% for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to prices. Right Honorable Speaker, we pledge to pursue the following to reduce inflation. We pledge to implement aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit and borrowing. Mr. Speaker, we pledge to stabilize the exchange rate to reduce inflation on items that rely on the exchange rate for pricing, such as fuel, transportation, imported sugar, rice, and cooking oil. We pledge to implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utilities, to reduce their prices. We also pledge to implement, through the Bank of Ghana, to implement an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we pledge to implement agriculture for economic transformation agenda to reduce food inflation. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that these intentional policies announced in the 2025 budget to tame inflation are yielding massive results. Inflation pressures have eased significantly. The drastic fall in inflation is not by chance or sheer luck, but as a result of hard work and deliberate government policies. Mr. Speaker, consumer price inflation has reduced from 23.8% in December 2024 to 13.7% in June 2025. This represents a massive 10.1 percentage point decline. Similarly, producer price inflation saw a sharp decline from 26.1% in December 2024 to 5.9% in June 2025, representing a steep decline of 20.2 percentage points in just 6 months. Mr. Speaker, food inflation declined from 27.8% in December 2024 to 16.3% in June 2025, representing an encouraging 11.5 percentage point reduction. Non-food inflation also declined from 20.3% in December 2024 to 11.4% in June 2025, representing 8.9 percentage point reduction. Inflation for locally produced goods and services declined from 26.4% in December 2024 to 14% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, inflation for imported items decreased from 18% in December 2024 to 12.5% in June 2025. These improvements are reflective of the effective fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, strong central bank reserves, and the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, with this trend, we are focused and determined to achieve our end December 2025 inflation target of 11.9% ahead of schedule. Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House and the people of Ghana that things can only get better in the coming days. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to interest rate movement. Interest rates have declined, reflecting improved macro conditions. Mr. Speaker, the 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced by 13 percentage points from 27.7% in December 2024 to 14.7% in June 2025. Similar trends were observed in the 182 days and the 364 days bills. The 182-day Treasury bill rate decreased by 13.1 percentage points from 28.43 in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025. The 364 Treasury bill rate also declined by 14.19 percentage points from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025. The average lending rate decreased from 30.3% in December 2024 to 27% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana reference rate fell from 29.31% in December 2024 to 24.0% in June 2025. So, Speaker, things can only get better. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have indeed saved 4.9 billion Ghana cedis on domestic interest payment as at end June 2025 due to our prudent debt management policy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal discipline has yielded the needed and remarkable results so far. We have delivered below target deficit on both cash and commitment basis. We have delivered a greater than anticipated primary surplus, the core fiscal anchor. We have delivered a strong expenditure and commitment control. We have delivered robust tax revenue performance. Mr. Speaker, provisional data shows that the primary balance on commitment basis, the fiscal anchor, as at end June 2025, recorded a surplus of 1.1% of GDP, surpassing the target surplus of 0.4% of GDP set for the same period.
The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was a deficit of 0.7% of GDP, better than the deficit target of 1.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, the overall balance recorded a deficit of 1.1% of GDP. This is significantly better than the projected deficit target of 2.4% of GDP. The primary balance on cash basis turned surplus at 0.7% of GDP against a projected deficit of 0.2% of GDP. The non-oil tax revenue, net, exceeded target by about 787 million Ghana cedis. Corporate income tax exceeded target by 555.3 million, representing 2.9% above target. Mineral royalties exceeded its target by 143 million. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, import duties fell short of target by 1.6 billion. Expenditures were contained at 109.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 7.8% of GDP. This was 14.3% below the program amount of 128 billion, or 9.1% of GDP, reflecting strong expenditure control. Mr. Speaker, primary expenditure on non-interest expenditure on commitment basis amounted to 84.3 billion, or 6.0% of GDP. This is an improvement of about 13.3 billion over the target of 97.5 billion, which is 7% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, interest payment amounted to 25.4 billion, which is 1.8% of GDP. This is below the target of 30.5 billion, which is 2.2% of GDP, and this was mainly due to lower domestic interest payment. Domestic interest payment amounted to 21.6 billion against a target of 26.5 billion, representing a reduction of 4.9 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of lower than planned domestic borrowing and a decline in the T-bill rates. Mr. Speaker, external interest payment amounted to 3.8 billion Ghana cedis against a target of 4 billion, due mainly to the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Other expenditure, mainly comprising energy sector levies, transfers and energy sector payment shortfalls, amounted to 11.4 billion Ghana cedis, or 8% of GDP. This was 12.7% below the target of 13.1 or 0.9% of GDP for the same period. Right Honorable Speaker, arrest clearance amounted to 4.8 billion Ghana cedis. It is important to know that there was no build-up in arrests payable during the period under review, signaling strong commitment control and fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, we are very different from our friends that decided to flee from this chamber. Mr. Speaker, the deficit was largely financed from domestic sources, with net domestic financing of 13.1 billion, well below the 18.7 billion target. The net foreign financing was 2.8 billion, mostly from the utilization of the 4.5 billion IMF disbursement. So, Speaker, between 1st of January to 6th of January, the IMF disbursement of 4.5 billion was spent before the Mahama administration took office, just in 6 days. Mr. Speaker, project loan disbursement was 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, even though Ghana is relying on the domestic market for financing, we have borrowed less than we planned, signifying strong expenditure control and fiscal discipline. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a strong signal to the investor community and all stakeholders that the needed fiscal consolidation is happening here in Ghana, and it will be sustained. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana is back on the international scene. Mr. Speaker, exchange rate development. Right Honorable Speaker, government commitment to implement the following measures, to implement the following measures to stabilize the exchange rate. The Speaker, we committed to establish the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation and accumulation of foreign exchange to support the stability of our currency. Mr. Speaker, we committed to pursue strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit to reduce the pressures on the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana also committed to implement appropriate FX forward auction to support the stability of the cedi. And Mr. Speaker, finally, we committed that the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program will boost local production and reduce reliance on export. Right Honorable Speaker, let me state emphatically that these deliberate policies announced in the 2025 budget to stabilize the Ghana cedi are yielding massive results. The results we are witnessing are not by chance. They are the fruits of hard work, discipline, and intentional policies. Mr. Speaker, the cedi performance in the first half of the year 2025 has been impressive. The Ghana cedi experienced significant appreciation against all major trading currencies in the first 6 months of 2025. I'm happy to inform the House that our previous record, where the Ghana cedi used to trade against the US dollar at 17, is as at yesterday trading at 10.4. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the Ghana cedi, which was once trading at 21 cedis to the British pound, was trading at 14.1 as at yesterday, 23rd July 2025. Mr. Speaker, as at end June 2025, the cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant improvement over the cedi depreciation of 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% against the US dollar, British pound, and the euro. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciation in 2022, 2023, and 2024. This level of appreciation has never happened in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, fellow citizens, Ghana cedi no apeke. Cedi no apeke. Mr. Speaker, these gains are largely due to strong fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, improved external sector balance, renewed investor confidence, positive market sentiment, credit rating upgrades, and successfully securing staff-level agreement and subsequently the board-level approval of the fourth review of the IMF program. Right Honorable Speaker, the cedi rebound signals that Ghana's economic foundations are once again beginning to firm up. Sustaining this stability will require continued fiscal discipline, supportive monetary policy, strong liquidity sterilization, robust reserve accumulation, supported by activities of the Ghana Gold Board, and credible implementation of structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the external sector. Right Honorable Speaker, our external sector has shown remarkable improvement in the last 6 months. Gross international reserves reached $11.12 billion by June 2025, covering 4.8 months of imports, up from $8.98 billion in December 2024, equivalent to 4% 4 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, even before the IMF and World Bank disbursement, in fact, without external borrowing, we have added $2.14 billion to the country's gross international reserves. Right Honorable Speaker, trade surplus increased from $1.37 billion in June 2024 to $5.57 billion in June 2024, representing a whopping 306.6% increase just in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, this was driven by strong exports, particularly in gold, cocoa, and controlled imports. Mr. Speaker, the current account surplus improved significantly to a provisional $3.44 billion by June 2025 from $28.11 billion in June 2024. Provisional net capital and financial inflows reached $937.58 million in June 2025, indicating renewed investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and the financial sector development. Right Honorable Speaker, monetary indicators point to a sustained monetary expansion. Credit to the private sector increased by about 31.3% in June 2025. Reserve money growth moderated and M2 growth remained consistent, supported by increased deposit mobilization and improved net foreign asset. Net domestic asset growth slowed, while net foreign asset surged, indicating a shift in liquidity drivers towards external inflows. Right Honorable Speaker, I take you to the recapitalization of the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that I updated this House during the 2025 budget presentation on the restructuring and recapitalization of the National Investment Bank, our NIB, as one of the critical reforms in the financial sector that should have been delivered in 2024. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after spending a whopping $30.3 billion in the so-called financial sector cleanup exercise, the previous NPP administration left NIB in dire straits with a capital adequacy ratio of a negative 53.13% by end of June 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have successfully, Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama and the NDC have successfully recapitalized the National Investment Bank by implementing an ambitious and credible plan to return NIB to profitability and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we have taken the following steps. Right Honorable Speaker, we have injected a total cash of 450 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we also issued remarkable bonds with face value of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, we transferred 500 million Government of Ghana shares in the Nestle Ghana Limited to the National Investment Bank. Right Honorable Speaker, these transfers have significantly improved the capital adequacy ratio from negative 53.13% at the end of December 2024 to a positive 23% in May 2025. Mr. Speaker, by taking these major steps, we have preserved depositors' fund valued at 6.4 billion Ghana cedis. We have also saved over 900 direct jobs at the National Investment Banks. Mr. Speaker, we have preserved an indigenous Ghanaian bank. But Mr. Speaker, let me state this. Unlike the previous administration, we chose to spend to save a bank than spend to collapse a bank. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also prepared a forward-looking, overarching restructuring plan for the National Investment Bank to put the bank on a sustainable path of profitability. The plan also aims to enhance board independence and objectivity, strengthen risk management, promote accountability and transparency, prevent insider dominance, and improve strategic decision-making. Mr. Speaker, this plan will, among others, strengthen corporate governance framework and systems, improve enterprise risk management and controls, establish a modern business model, revamp operational strategy, improve financial performance, institute and enhance supervisory measures, and eventually we will list the NIB on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, NIB now has a total paid up capital of 3.4 billion Ghana cedis and a capital adequacy ratio of 23%. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the President, I want to use this opportunity to assure the people of Ghana and depositors that our indigenous bank, the National Investment Bank, is now prime for business. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, NIB is back. NIB is now liquid. NIB is now safe. NIB is fully capitalized. Mr. Speaker, we therefore encourage all and sundry to do business with the revitalized National Investment Bank, NIB. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to credit ratings. Credit ratings. Mr. Speaker, the progress we are making in our economic reforms and debt restructuring effort has been recognized internationally. On the 16th of June 2025, Fitch rating upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B-, with the stable outlook from restricted default, the first time since 2021. Fitch cited significant exchange rate appreciation, declining debt levels, strong nominal GDP growth, increased reserve accumulation, and normalized relationship with external creditors as key drivers. Right Honorable Speaker, to sustain these gains, we will, among others, do the following. We'll maintain fiscal discipline through continued implementation of prudent policies to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. We will continue the aggressive revenue mobilization by strengthening tax collection systems and broadening the tax base to increase domestic revenue without overburdening the citizens. So, Speaker, we will accelerate structural reforms in public financial management, including transparency and accountability measures to improve efficiency and reduce corruption. The Speaker will strengthen monetary policy framework, and the central bank will lead this to complement the effort that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, we will diversify the economy through investment in sectors beyond traditional export to reduce the vulnerability to commodity price shocks and continue to maintain strong relationship with our international financial institutions and development partners to support ongoing reforms and assess technical assistance. So, Speaker, it's expected that other rating agencies, namely S&P and Moody's, will follow suit, given the remarkable progress we are making in ensuring economic stability and promoting inclusive growth. Right Honorable Speaker, this is just the beginning. We are determined to do better than B-. Ghana indeed deserves better than B-. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to fiscal policies and give you an update. Mr. Speaker, I start with VAT reforms. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, we reaffirmed our commitment to the people of Ghana and the business community to undertake comprehensive value-added tax reforms this year. These reforms are aimed at addressing the distortions and cascading effect inherent in the current VAT structure. To support this effort, we also committed to seeking technical assistance from the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and engage the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, I'm pleased to report that we have successfully completed our engagement with the IMF. Currently, the Ghana Revenue Authority, together with the Ministry of Finance, is undertaking a nationwide consultation process to sensitize key players in the trade and business sector on the VAT reform and solicit feedback from them. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance hopes to complete this process by September 2025, prepare a new VAT bill by October 2025, and submit same to Parliament as part of the 2026 budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure the people of Ghana that at the minimum, the following will happen as part of the VAT Act. Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, COVID levy will be abolished. The effective VAT rate will be reduced. The punitive cascading effect of the GET Fund and NHIS levy will be removed. VAT flat rate will be removed, and a unified VAT rate will be implemented. The VAT registration threshold will be increased to exempt small and micro businesses, and compliance will be improved through public education, awareness creation, and the introduction of fiscal electronic devices will be deployed. So, Speaker, I now take you to expenditure measures as part of the fiscal. Right Honorable Speaker, as part of the fiscal consolidation strategy, we have taken measures to sanitize public sector payroll and rid it of ghost names. Subsequently, we engaged the Ghana Audit Service to undertake a nationwide payroll audit across all 16 regions of the country. The Speaker, the Audit Service has completed 91% of the payroll audit. So far, the audit service has not been able to identify or verify over 14,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, again, they have identified 53,311 separated staff on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, separated staffs are staff who are either on retirement, reassigned, terminated, or are on leave without pay or deceased and yet remain on government payroll. Mr. Speaker, the audit service expects to recover a minimum of 150.4 million of unearned salary from the separated staff over 2023 and 2024 period alone. Right, Honorable Speaker, going forward, we will enforce the monthly payroll validation process and strictly apply sanctions to all who validate ghosts for payment of salaries. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public fund. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. Let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public funds. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance will continue to monitor this payroll and put in place measures to prevent ghosts on the payroll going forward. Mr. Speaker, I now give you an update on the arrears payable audit that we did. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, we announced the launch of an audit of arrears and payables as at end December 2024. The Ghana Audit Service partnered with EY and PwC to undertake this audit. Mr. Speaker, the audit service was tasked to audit and validate 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. So far, Mr. Speaker, 87% of the audit has been completed. Results show so far are as follows. Mr. Speaker, a total of 28.3 billion Ghana cedis has been validated for payment. Mr. Speaker, 27.3 billion is pending validation as we speak. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 3.6 billion Ghana cedis has been rejected because of errors, duplication, and non-compliance with PFM and procurement rules. Mr. Speaker, of this amount, 562.6 million is without adequate supporting document. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of this audit will blow your mind. Blow your mind. Mr. Speaker, the audit is expected to be completed by end of August 2025. Once finalized, we will update the House on the findings and outcomes. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on the IMF program. Update on the IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana remains on track on the implementation of the IMF program. A staff-level agreement was reached during the fourth review mission in April 2025, and we received executive board approval on the 7th of July 2025. This unlocked $367 million disbursement, bringing the total disbursement under this program to $2.3 billion. The fifth review, which is scheduled for September 2025, will be based on June 2025 data. Mr. Speaker, I'm comfortable that Ghana is on course to achieve most of the targets for the fifth review. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt development. Public debt development. Right, Honorable Speaker, our commitment to fiscal discipline, through prudent debt management and exchange rate appreciation has resulted in a significant improvement in Ghana's debt profile. Public debt reduced from 726.7 billion as at end December 2024 to 613 billion as at end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt reduced by 113.7 billion Ghana cedis in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, there is a negative 15.6% rate of debt accumulation. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's public debt to GDP ratio as at end June 2025 was 43.8% from the 61.8% of end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt as a percentage of GDP reduced by 18% of GDP in the last 6 months. Ghana's foreign debt as a percentage of total public debt declined from 57.4% as at end December 2024 to 49% by end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, this has significantly improved Ghana's debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on debt restructuring. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to restructuring our bilateral and commercial debt under the G20 Common Framework. On the 24th of June 2025, the House approved an indicative terms of the Memorandum of Understanding between Ghana and Official Creditors Committee. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I wish to thank this House for swift action which has enabled Ghana to begin negotiation for the signing of bilateral agreements with each of the creditor countries. We are ready to sign the agreement with 2 countries as at tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that 4 agreements will be signed by close of tomorrow. First, we'll sign with France, and the second will sign with another country yet to be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, on the commercial debt restructuring, we have signed non-disclosure agreement, NDAs, with some commercial lenders, in line with the government's strong commitment to honoring its debt obligation. We have made 2 debt service payments of about $700 million to our Eurobond holders. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic front, government continues to meet its commitment towards the domestic bondholders. For the first time, for the first half of 2025, a total of 9.8 billion Ghana cedis was paid to coupons to DDEP bondholders, of which 3.6 billion Ghana cedis was capitalized. Right Honorable Speaker, for non-tendered bondholders, government paid a total of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. This was the outstanding debt service as at 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the second half of 2025, an amount of 10.2 billion Ghana cedis is due as coupon payment on the DDEP bonds and 724.1 million as debt service for the non-tendered bondholders. It is important to know that government remains committed to honoring its debt service obligation, and therefore we have made sufficient preparation towards the settlement of this debt, and bondholders should not worry, this amount will be paid in due course. Mr. Speaker, priority project under the restructured bilateral debt. Following Ghana's default on its external debt service obligation on the 19th December 2022, creditors halted disbursement of 55 bilateral projects. This resulted in several uncompleted projects dotted across the country, with a massive $3 billion in undisbursed loans. The IMF and Official Creditors Committee annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for official creditors loan implies that it will take 12 good years to fully draw down on the undisbursed loans. Under the MOU with the Official Creditors Committee, the government of Ghana was required to submit a priority list to accommodate the $250 million annual disbursement ceiling. Right Honorable Speaker, during the presentation of the 2025 budget and economic policy of government, I informed this House that we will engage to resolve this challenge. Following the extensive engagement, government has submitted a priority list of 24 projects to the OCC and the IMF. This is expected to trigger resumption of disbursement for projects on the priority list upon the signing of bilateral agreement between Ghana and the creditor countries. We aim to ensure that all the priority projects are completed and commissioned by end 2028. Mr. Speaker, the priority projects are as follows. We are going to build a new bridge across the Volta River at Volivo. Mr. Speaker, the reconstruction of Tema Aflao Road project, phase 1. Tema motorway runabout through Ashiaman runabout to Achimpoku. The construction of 14 pedestrian bridges, Kumasi roads and drainage extension. Mr. Speaker, Power Grant Interchange and the Secondary Takoradi Township Road, Phase 1. Rehabilitation of Domi Ketasi Road, Obichebi Lamte Interchange, Phase 2. Bogatanga Boko Pomakrom Road, PTC Runabout Interchange Project at Takoradi, construction of drinking water facilities in Wenchi, Secondary Takoradi Water Supply, modernization of Komfo Anoche Teaching Hospital, construction of Central Medical Stores in Tema, Efia Nkwanta Regional Hospital in Takoradi, Bogatanga Regional Hospital, establishment of the University of Environment and Sustainable Development at Bonsu, establishment of 9 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training center, and, Mr. Speaker, integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. The expansion and development of existing senior high schools, renewable energy program, pilot photovoltaic system, Mr. Speaker, the renewable energy and energy efficiency program, and the construction of Takoradi Market. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Kumasi Central Market Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, the main criterion for the selection of this project was closeness to completion. As a result, projects which were over 70% complete were given priority. The resumption of disbursement for the project and its associated debt service are fully in line with our commitment under the bilateral debt restructuring and IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no room for an increase in scope for any of the projects on the priority list as agreed upon at the IMF and the OCC. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, there is no room for any increase in scope for work for any of the projects on the priority list agreed upon with the IMF and the Official Creditors Committee. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 stalled projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Mr. Speaker, sadly, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Again, some contractors have submitted additional costs in excess of what Parliament approved. The Ministry of Finance has accordingly commissioned a forensic audit into this project. Mr. Speaker, we will apprise the House when this audit is completed. And Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the Auditor General is the one doing this forensic audit in partnership with some of the Big Four. Update on sinking fund. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, government announced that it will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to 44 of the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921, as amended, to build sufficient buffers in the sinking fund for prompt redemption of specified loans obligations of government. Mr. Speaker, government has set up a CD sinking fund account and US dollar sinking fund account. Beginning August 2025, the Ministry of Finance will commence the building of cash buffers to support the repayment of Ghana's domestic debt service obligation relating to the domestic debt exchange program bonds, which will fall due in the year 2027, 2028, and even 2026. Mr. Speaker, the CD sinking fund will specifically target the redemption and debt service harms in 2026 of $20 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2026, 50.3 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2027, and 45.75 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025. Similarly, the US dollar sinking fund account will also target Eurobond redemption, which will fall due from 2026 of $1.45 billion US dollars, 1.17 billion US dollars in 2027, and 1.14 billion US dollars in the year 2028. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the sinking fund will provide a reliable buffers that ensures timely and predictable redemption of designated public debt obligation. This structured approach to debt service will enhance investor confidence and contribute to long-term debt sustainability of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to Government of Ghana's liability management operations. Mr. Speaker, government has begun an implementation of an effective and efficient liability management program to reduce embedded risk on debt portfolio. Our liability management operation will, 1, reduce debt service costs and mitigate refinancing or rollover risk, extend maturities to alleviate near-term financing pressures, Mr. Speaker, to optimize the debt portfolio by rebalancing the mix of short-term versus long-term instruments and strengthen market confidence. Under our liability management operations, Mr. Speaker, we will analyze the domestic bond market to assess suitability for bonds buybacks. We will carefully sequence issuance of benchmark securities and prioritize longer dated tenor to establish a stable yield curve. Mr. Speaker, I take you to primary dealers and bond market specialist system as we inherited. Mr. Speaker, our debt management strategy is to use treasury bills for cash management purposes only. We intend to reopen the domestic bond market to finance the budget deficit. The reopening of the domestic bond market will aim at creating a more competitive primary market that can deliver the volume and pricing to enable the government lower its borrowing costs. Mr. Speaker, beginning August 2025, we will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, beginning 2025 August, the government of Ghana will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, the selection of book runners will focus on banks and investment dealers with the ability to achieve a wider market distribution and advice on pricing and structuring. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revise macroeconomic framework. Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic target. Economic development in the first half of the year do not warrant a revision to the macroeconomic target and the appropriations bill. Mr. Speaker, I am not asking for additional money from the Appropriations Act. We maintain the following macroeconomic target for 2025. 1, overall GDP growth at least 4.0%. At least. Non-oil GDP growth of at least 4.8%. End year inflation rate of 11.9%. Primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. And gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, although we have made significant progress, we are cautiously optimistic. Right Honorable Speaker, despite maintaining our macroeconomic target for 2025, including the primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, we are revising both revenue and expenditure projections to reflect the impact of the additional revenue from the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act 2025, Act 1141. Revisions to revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, as a result, total revenue and grant has been revised upwards from the 2025 budget target of 227.1 billion to 229.9 billion, or from 16.2% of GDP to 16.4% of GDP. This represents a nominal increase of 1.3%. Mr. Speaker, the additional revenue of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis will come from the increase in revenues from the amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revisions to expenditures. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis has been revised downwards from 269.5 billion from the original budget projection of 270.9 billion Ghana cedis. However, primary expenditures has been revised upwards to 209.6 billion from the original budget projection of 206.8 billion Ghana cedis. This upward adjustment reflects an increase in the allocation to support energy sector payment. Mr. Speaker, interest payments have been revised downwards by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis from the original budget projection of 64.1 billion to 59.9 billion cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, domestic interest has been revised downwards by 5.1 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of gains from the reduction in the treasury bill rate as a result of the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. However, external interest payments have been revised upwards by 795 million to make additional provision for debt service due on post-cutoff date disbursement made by our bilateral creditors since 2023. Mr. Speaker, energy sector payments have also been revised upwards by 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to provision for fuel purchases for power generation. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to overall balance and financing. Right Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the primary balance on commitment basis remains unchanged at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. Based on the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the following fiscal balance on cash basis improves from a deficit of 4.1% of GDP to 3.8% of GDP. I mean the fiscal balance. The overall fiscal balance on commitment basis improves from a deficit of 3.1% to 2.8%, and the projected annual borrowing needs of government reduced by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Simple put, we will be borrowing less by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, risk to 2025 budget, risk to the 2025 fiscal framework. Mr. Speaker, despite the robust fiscal performance, there are some underlying risks which pose a threat to the 2025 fiscal framework. The risks are as follows: shortfalls in customs revenue, smuggling of marine gas oil, mounting wage pressures, and pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, I'll take them one by one. Customs revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, customs revenue recorded a significant shortfall of 1.6 billion, even though the overall revenue is doing well, representing 12.7% reduction from the first half of 2025. This performance is attributed to systemic revenue leakage at key customs collection points, particularly the Tema port and the smuggling of goods across our land borders. Mr. Speaker, these developments pose risk to the attainment of our revenue target for the year 2025. To mitigate these risks, government is implementing the following measures to address the existing operational challenges to safeguard revenue. 1, we will adopt the use of artificial intelligence, AI, to minimize human interference in revenue assessment, supporting the validation of the country of origin, as well as the accuracy of classification and valuation of imported goods. Mr. Speaker, we are rolling out advanced cargo information system to ensure that the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, GPHA, and the Ghana Revenue Authority, the GRA, receives comprehensive shipment detail at least 24 hours prior to vessel departure from the port of origin. Mr. Speaker, this will enable pre-arrival risk assessment, reduce the need for documentation amendment, and facilitate more accurate and timely duty assessment. We will also be implementing a robust anti-smuggling surveillance program targeting both inland and maritime borders. And to those at Sankase, we are coming after you. Mr. Speaker, reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility. Speaker, let me repeat this. We will be reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility to facilitate the decentralization of customs operations. Mr. Speaker, operational risk assessment to enhance transparency and accountability of staff will be enhanced. Now I will take you to the smuggling of marine gas oil, MGO. Right Honorable Speaker, tax exemptions on marine gas oil was introduced to support non-artisanal fishing fleets operating from Ghana. Over the years, the tax exemptions have created incentive to abuse and smuggling of MGO onto the open market, resulting in revenue losses estimated at nearly $500 million Ghana cedis every year. The government will withdraw the tax exemption to curb smuggling and stem the erosion of tax revenue, thereby reducing the fiscal risk to the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to wages and salary, which happens to be the third risk to the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, we have seen some significant pressures on the compensation budget for the first half of 2025, mainly emanating from wages and salaries. Wages and salaries exceeded the target by 1.3 billion Ghana cedis for the first 6 months of the year. Mr. Speaker, the wage pressures were largely driven by last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous MPP administration in the last quarter of 2024, especially in the areas of education, health, and security sector. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. The wage pressures we are largely seeing are driven by the last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous government in the last quarter of 2024, especially in areas of education, health, and the security sector. In addition, ad hoc reviews of conditions of service undertaken in previous years have distorted the single spine pay policy and further burdened the public wage. Mr. Speaker, the government is implementing the following measures to address this challenge. Number one, will conduct regular nationwide staff payroll audit to sanitize the payroll. Mr. Speaker, we will be realigning all staff from overstaffed areas and defunct MDAs to areas with critical staffing needs. Right Honorable Speaker, we will finalize the process for the establishment of the Independent Emolument Committee as part of the broader effort to reform and reset public sector pay. And finally, we will issue an executive directive mandating all MDAs to seek approval from the Minister of Finance or the Ministry of Finance before making any commitment with financial implications on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, pricing of goods and services and award of contract in foreign currency pose significant risk to fiscal management, with severe implications for the stability of our Ghana city. Unfortunately, foreign currencies are becoming the means of transacting business in Ghana. This trend, if not checked, will erode the confidence in our currency, drive inflation, and result in the loss of value in the symbol of our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, to curb this unfortunate development, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of fund, should be denominated in foreign currency. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. To curb this unfortunate development, President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of funding, should be denominated in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, we also want to use this opportunity to remind the public that per the Foreign Exchange Act 2006, Act 723, companies, institutions, and individuals are prohibited from pricing, advertising, receipting, or making payment for goods and services in foreign currencies in Ghana without prior written approval from the Bank of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I will take you to key policy initiatives. Mr. Speaker, I now present updates on key policy initiatives outlined in the 2025 budget. Right Honorable Speaker, since its establishment in April 2025, the Ghana Gold Board has initiated reforms to licensing regime that governs the local gold trading sector and introduced new aggregation system to effectively mop up gold from artisanal small-scale mining sector across the country. These measures have already yielded tangible economic benefits within the short period of operation of the Ghana Gold Board. In the first half of 2025 alone, gold export from the small-scale sector stood at 51.5 tons with an export value of approximately $5 billion. This figure far exceeds the 26.4 tons, which are with an export value of $1.8 billion from the small-scale mining sector over the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, simple put, gold export in tons from the small-scale mining sector for the first half of 2025 recorded about 100% increase over what was recorded in the year 2024. Similarly, the value of gold export from small-scale mining increased by about 180% for the first half of 2025 over that of the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, gold export from small-scale mining sector have exceeded gold export from large-scale sector. Mr. Speaker, the substantial foreign exchange inflows from the gold board operations in the artisanal small-scale mining sector have significantly strengthened our reserves, improved our balance of payment, and provided critical support for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, this tells a story of a country which has been denied the full benefit of its gold resources, a story of a country where illegal gold trade and smuggling have been allowed to fester to the detriment of the well-being of the people. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 8th of July 2025, His Excellency President John Mahama inaugurated a task force to tackle illegal gold trade and smuggling. I also want to use this opportunity as the Sector Minister to reiterate that the government of President Mahama would deal ruthlessly with anyone found engaging in illegal trade and smuggling, as these nation-wrecking activities sabotage the progress of our country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate the point that no one should come to us and beg because we will not spare you. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program deserves some update. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, President Mahama officially launched the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program, Ghana's ambitious and integrated strategy to boost production, create sustainable jobs, and modernize our economy. The 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program represent a national reset aimed at reducing import dependence, expanding domestic production, improving market access, and building a competitive, skilled workforce for a dynamic economy. Right Honorable Speaker, the anchor of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program is the Volta Economic Corridor, a transformational project to unlock the vast economic and environmental potential of the Volta Lake and its surrounding lands. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor revives and expands on Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's original vision of the Volta project as a hub for agro-industry, trade and transport, now reimagined to fit today's economic reality and regional opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor will be executed through the following pillars of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. Right Honorable Speaker, Grow 24 will irrigate 2 million hectares of farmlands for year-round farming instead of the traditional seasonal farming. Right Honorable Speaker, Make 24 will establish agro-industrial parks for textiles, pharmaceuticals, and food processing. The Speaker, Show 24 will develop tourism clusters and hospitality hubs along the Volta Lake. And Connect 24 will turn the lake into a major inland transport route, cutting haulage costs and linking northern, southern, eastern, and western Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to support this transformative program, the Ministry of Finance will, in the 2026 budget, outline targeted incentives for the Volta Economic Corridor. These measures will be carefully designed to attract private capital, drive enterprise growth, and create decent, well-paying jobs. The Speaker, for emphasis, the Ministry of Finance will, as part of the 2026 budget, outline a targeted incentive for the Volta Economic Corridor. Right Honorable Speaker, the government will only facilitate and not dominate this ambitious growth goal. The Speaker, I now take you to the big push. Right Honorable Speaker, as part of the 2025 budget, we announced the commencement of the Big Push program, a flagship initiative of President John Dramani Mahama for massive infrastructure development. Since then, the President has dedicated all Big Push budgetary allocation for the next 2 years. Mr. Speaker, and I mean all Big Push allocation for the next 2 years to improve road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that Parliament approved that all oil revenue and mineral royalties accrued to the budget were dedicated to the Big Push. As a result, an amount of 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was allocated in the 2025 budget for the Big Push program to be used for road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Roads and Highways has spent the last 6 months of his time in office touring the whole country to assess firsthand the state of our roads. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads and Highways has undertaken studies and prepared comprehensive engineering interventions and cost estimate for roads projects across the program, across the country for the Big Push program. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has since issued commencement authorization for the following road infrastructure projects under the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, these are the following Big Push projects as approved by the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, number 1, the construction of a new bridge on the Oti River at Dambai. Number 2, rehabilitation of Wahan Road. 3, upgrading of Tumu Hamile Road. 4, upgrading of Tumu Han Laura Road. 5, reconstruction of Navrongo Tumu Road. 6, rehabilitation of Techiman Nkonsia Wenchi Road. 7, rehabilitation of Wenchi Sola Road. 8, Mr. Speaker, construction of Sunyane Outer Ring Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Kumasi Outer Ring Road, Eastern Quadrant. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Bintri Napanduri Road. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Dodo Pepeso Nkwanta Road. Rehabilitation of Atimpoku Esukuma Junction Road. Rehabilitation of Esukuma Junction to Enyinawase Road. Right Honorable Speaker, Enyinawase to Ho Titrenu Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Akosombo Jakiti Kudikope Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading Esukuma to Enumboso to Parliament Road. Mr. Speaker, Adome Bridge to Akomufre Road. We'll be upgrading Ho to Petoi Road. Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation of Petoi to Afiadanyamepa Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Penny to Aflao Road. We will be dualizing Winneba to Mankesim Road. We'll be dualizing Cape Coast to Takrady Road. We'll be rehabilitating Mankesim Ejumako to Aguna Swedro Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Tema to Aflao Road. Construction of Dodowa to Afenya Dowenya Road. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be upgrading the Oyibi to Apollonia Afenya Road. Right Honorable Speaker, we'll be constructing the Enchi to Elubo Road. We'll also be constructing the Dadieso to Akontombra Road. We'll be upgrading the Adrefua to Ose Kojokrom Road. And we will be upgrading the Enchi to Kojoru Penchi Road. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Bediakon Junction, Camp 15 to Sefi, Adobokrom Road. Mr. Speaker, as part of the Big Push program, we have also selected the following abandoned road project for which no dedicated funding was allocated for by the previous administration to be included into the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows: upgrading of Kasua to Winneba Road, rehabilitation of Ofanko to Insawam Road, dual carriage. Right Honorable Speaker, dualization of Takrady to Aguna Junction Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Swami Interchange and local roads. Mr. Speaker, we'll also be constructing the National Route 18 from Wa to Han Road. And we'll be upgrading the Tumu to Chichiliga to Navrongo, including the construction of 36-meter span reinforced concrete over the Kenyibi River and 24-meter span reinforced concrete over the Bichirunu River. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be reconstructing the Navrongo to Sandama Road. Mr. Speaker, we will be rehabilitating the Tepa to Gosu Road, rehabilitating the Hohoi to Jasikan Road, and we will be rehabilitating Nkwanta to Oti Damanko Road. We will be reconstructing the Have to Hohoi Road, and we will dualize the Adenta Dodowa Road. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we will reconstruct the Jenejene to Sampa Road. Right Honorable Speaker, in line with Section 33 of the Public Financial Management Act, and as part of this media fiscal review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy, I am seeking approval for these multi-year commitments. Mr. Speaker, government has also initiated comprehensive feasibility studies for 4 projects which are currently at various stages of preparation, ensuring detailed assessment of their technical, economic, and environmental viability. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows. Project number 1, Accra-Kumasi Expressway on a completely new alignment. Mr. Speaker, Accra Outer Ring Road, Kumasi Outer Ring Road, and Adoso Echi Amanfo Bridge to connect the Afram Prince area. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to reorganization of the Ghana Road Fund. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not all. The government of President John Mahama has also taken a decision to remodel the Ghana Road Fund and refocus it towards road maintenance. As part of this media review, and on behalf of the government, the Minister for Roads and Highways will be laying before this House a new road maintenance trust fund bill. When approved, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill will replace the Ghana Road Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund will, among others, provide for a new governance architecture, provide a formula for a fairer allocation of resources, and introduce more transparency in the utilization of road fund levy and others. Mr. Speaker, government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, the government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these 166 constituencies across the country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the President Mahama administration has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these constituencies. Mr. Speaker, this translates to about 5,000 kilometers of road to be constructed in these 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure over the next 3 years. So, Speaker, simply put, over the next 3 years, we'll be building 5,000 kilometers of road in these 166 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this House that we have paid all nursing and teacher training allowances from January to June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, from the end of this month, July 2025, all nursing and teacher trainees will receive their allowances promptly at the end of every single month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now move to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members,
conclude this media fiscal policy review.
We have other business. It's not only this one. Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I conclude this media fiscal review with renewed hope and optimism. The last 6 months have revealed our enduring spirit, what we can collectively achieve, and our potential to rise from the brink. Upon assumption of office in January this year, we were handed an economy in deep distress, a country with dispirited citizens. Trust and faith in our leaders were at all-time low. The fundamentals were not only weak, but broken. Mr. Speaker, and the misery and suffering were palpable. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, in fact, under 200 days, under the decisive leadership of President John Mahama, we have begun to change the story. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama's economic management model is working. The turnaround is in sight. Mr. Speaker, the signs of economic progress are visible and measurable. Mr. Speaker, first quarter economic growth is at 5-year high. Our debt to GDP ratio is at a 5-year low. Mr. Speaker, inflation has declined to a 4-year low. Right, Honorable Speaker, our credit rating has improved from junk to B- with stable outlook, a 2-notch upgrade and a 4-year high. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the years 2022, 2023, and 2024, with no cedi depreciation in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the level of the appreciation of the Ghana cedi has never happened in the history of our nation. Prices of petrol and diesel at the pump have reduced significantly to the benefit of consumers. And the price of sugar, rice, and cooking oil at a 4-year low. Mr. Speaker, the price of 25 kilogram bag of Royal Aroma rice, which used to be sold at 650 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 356 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the price of a lonka of sugar, which used to be sold for 50 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 44 Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker. Price of 25 liter of cooking oil, which used to be sold for 980 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 640 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, price of konkonte, 1 sack. Price of konkonte, 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,200 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 950 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, a ton of iron rods, which used to be sold at 9,400 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold at 7,500 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, onions. 1 paint bucket, which used to be sold at 120 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 95 Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker. POP cement, which used to be sold for 115 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 90 Ghana cedis. The Speaker, maize, maize. 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,600 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 1,450. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture has promised that it will go down even more. Mr. Speaker, the price of Yas sanitary pad, which was 25 Ghana cedis in January, is now going for 15 Ghana cedis. 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, palm fruit, 1 olonka, which used to be sold for 40 Ghana cedis, is now being sold for 25 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is the reset President Mahama promised. This is the reset President Mahama promised. It has been 6 months of hard work. We have lessened the burden on households and businesses. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the perception that we are not spending, we are indeed spending, and spending at the right places. We are making the right investment in the lives of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of $700 million US dollars of Eurobond obligations has been paid. An amount of 10 billion to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.7 billion Ghana cedis to the Social Security and National Insurance Trust has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 9.1 billion Ghana cedis to the energy sector for stable power supply has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 5 billion Ghana cedis of arrests has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion to the Ghana Education Trust Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 1 billion Ghana cedis to the free secondary education program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion Ghana cedis to the National Health Insurance Scheme has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 1.4 billion for the National Health Insurance claims has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 252 million for vaccines and essential medicine has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 72.8 million Ghana cedis as capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 895 million to the school feeding program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 477 million to the LEAP beneficiaries has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 122.8 million for BEC registration has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 300 million to the no-fee stress policy has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 191.7 million Ghana cedis as teacher training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 462.6 million as nursing training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 25 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 21 million Ghana cedis for National Apprenticeship Program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 34.5 million to the Jumawa program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis as goods and service to run effective and efficient government ministries, departments and agencies has been paid. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis to save the National Investment Bank has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, non-interest expenditure of 84.2 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. So far, Mr. Speaker, from January to June, total cash of 114.5 billion has been paid from the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, we are spending and spending at the right places. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are spending at the right places. We are touching lives and we are changing our country. Mr. Speaker, this is not all. We have also worked to improve the fiscal situation. We have restored fiscal discipline. We have implemented appropriate policies to reduce interest rates significantly, thereby reducing the cost of borrowing. So, Speaker, we have saved on domestic interest payment following the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. Mr. Speaker, there is still more work to be done. President Mahama is determined to deliver. Inshallah, His Excellency John Mahama will deliver. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. But the good news is that today, hope is in sight. And we are determined to navigate the country out of the terrible storm we inherited from President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, we need the support of the people of Ghana to weather this storm. Mr. Speaker, to the farmer in Yendi, and to the fisher folk in Sekendi and Shama, to the nurse in Sunyane and the teacher in Enumbuso and Ejumako, to the Ghanaian youth seeking decent work, to the elderly seeking better pension. We see you, we hear you, and we are working for you. John Mahama will work for you. The NDC will work for you. The gains we have made so far are the results of your sacrifice, your patience, our belief that change was not only necessary but crucial. Mr. Speaker, this media review is not just a technical report. It is the story of the Ghanaian people. A story of a nation that refused to give up. A story that echoes Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, this is a story that echoes Nelson Mandela's quote, that it always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, even as we look back at how far we have come, we are also looking ahead. This is the essence of John Mahama's leadership. He is focused and he will deliver. President Mahama is honoring his promise to the Ghanaian people. The second half of 2025 promises to be even better. We expect inflation to continue its downward trend and reach our 2025 target ahead of schedule. We will sustain the stability of the cedi through disciplined spending, targeted investment, and continued reserve accumulation. Growth will be further boosted by strategic initiatives, including the 24-hour economy program, the Big Push infrastructure program, and the revitalization of agriculture through the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that during my vetting, when asked what I would like to be remembered as a minister, Mr. Speaker, I stated that I would like to be remembered for stabilizing the exchange rate, ensuring low prices, and creating jobs. Right, Honorable Speaker, ahead of the presentation of the 2025 budget, my engagement with the traders at the Mokola market revealed that prices and exchange rate stability were the overriding concerns of the business community. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank our cherished traders at Mokola for their valuable insight. Mr. Speaker, the update on the cedi and the prices, as said earlier, clearly shows that we have taken deliberate and decisive action to ensure that the challenges with exchange rate and prices are tackled head-on. Mr. Speaker, let me assure all Ghanaians that the stability in the exchange rate and the lower prices we are experiencing will be sustained. Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker, the government has worked hard to bring down and stabilize the exchange rate with deliberate policies. It is now time for businesses to bring down prices to reflect the new economic reality. We understand businesses went through some sacrifices during the turbulent economic challenges, but so did the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for prices to come down to reflect the new realities for the benefit of all Ghanaians and not only for the traders. Mr. Speaker, as we look forward, more jobs will be created, confidence will be deepened, and the Ghanaian economy will stand tall again, not just in the sub-region, but on the global stage. But to do this, Mr. Speaker, we must stay united as a people and eschew divisiveness. We must continue to have faith in our country, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, we must have faith in our currency, the Ghana cedi. For 60 years through cycles of inflation, devaluation, redenomination, and recovery, the cedi has remained the symbol of our sovereignty. It has endured, it has evolved, and it remains the only legal tender of our republic. Let us protect it. Let us trade with our currency, the Ghana cedi. Let us talk about it with pride, not as a burden, but as a badge of economic independence. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the cedi, fellow countrymen and women. I believe in the cedi. You also have to believe in the cedi. Mr. Speaker, to all of us who have the privilege to serve in the leadership of our nation, let us unite and do this for ourselves, for our children, and for our children's children. It is our collective responsibility to reset our country. Ghana needs us more than ever. Our people needs us. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude this address without expressing deep gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, whose unwavering dedication and vision continue to anchor this national reset. Mr. Speaker, on a personal level, I thank His Excellency the President, because without him, this work couldn't have been achieved. Mr. Speaker, he is indeed the anchor towards our economic reset. Right Honorable Speaker, and to you, Father, Mr. Speaker, Alban, Sumana, Kingsford, Bagman, our father, and members of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service, I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Aban Papaba. Mr. Speaker, Aban Papaba. No wonder my brother Kwame and his team had to flee the chamber. I salute the Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable members, Kenya Deni Uyebo Ato Kenya Deni Uyebo Ato Kenya
members, in line with the practice and convention of the House, I refer the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year to the budget committee to be assisted government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year to the budget committee to be assisted by the leadership of the Committee on Finance for deliberation and report to the House. When it comes to the House, we will hear from the chairman of the committee after it has gone through the report as to whether they second the motion that has been moved or not. If they do so, then it will be opened for debate. This is a motion, it's not a statement. And so members will have the opportunity to debate the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana. So I intend to permit the minister the presentation and first reading of one bill. So I intend to give him the opportunity to do so now. And then we can make the references to the appropriate committees so that all these committees can work together and then report to the House for us to have a comprehensive report on what we just heard from the Minister of Finance.
This is still 3FM 92.7. We are gradually concluding our
presentation and first reading of the bill. And so, honorable members, item 1 on the order paper addendum, Minister for Finance. And so, honorable members, item 1 on the order paper addendum, Minister for Finance.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies, Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfalls and debt repayment, levy marine gas oil in order to improve compliance and curb diversion of the product and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Energy Sector Levies Amendment number 2 Bill 2025 is accordingly referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. We now take item 2, presentation of instruments, 2A.
Public-private partnership regulation 2025.
Honorable members, the said instrument is also referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House.
2B. Fees and charges miscellaneous provision amendment regulation 2025.
Honorable members, the fees and charges miscellaneous provisions amendment regulation 2025 is also referred to the Committee on Finance. Sorry, that one is regulations. So regulations go to subsidiary legislation committee. I amend my earlier referral of public-private partnership regulations and direct both 2A and 2B to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation with support, I believe, from the leadership of the Committees of Finance. They are needed to support at least the consideration of these instruments. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, your earlier referral of the mid-year fiscal policy to the budget committee and a request that they should be assisted by the leadership of the Committee on Finance. You know our present arrangements where budget committee is chaired differently from the finance committee. So I will crave your indulgence if we could make it a joint referral of both the finance committee and the budget, because it is a multi-year commitment. So economy and then finance, the two of them should handle this referral.
Honorable Majority Leader, I have no problem with that at all. So we will accordingly amend the earlier directive by referring the said media review to a joint committee of finance and budget. Please, you know by our rules, other members are permitted to attend the sittings of committees. So any member with interest or who wants to have a point put across is permitted to attend and contribute. It's only you don't have a vote, but at least you have the opportunity to make inputs into the report. So it's accordingly referred to a joint committee of finance and budget for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, yes, Majority Leader.
There's a very strong lobby for the leadership of the Economy Committee to join the two committees, just the leadership of the Economy Committee, given that there are significant economic policy matters implicated in the discussions. So if we could just add the leadership of the Economy Committee, Economy and Development Committee.
Have a difficulty in adding the Committee on Economy and Development. Because when you look at the standing order, the focus of that committee has to do with matters relating to the economy and development, but emphasis on development planning. Is economy and development planning generally. and the jurisdiction to investigate and inquire into the activities and administration of ministries, departments, and agencies under the mandate of the committee. And the investigations and inquiry may extend to proposals for legislation. If we open the floodgate, as I just eavesdropped, we may be called upon to add ways and means. That's why I added that members are by our rules permitted to attend as members of parliament to contribute to the deliberations of the committee. So let's leave it at the Joint Committee of Finance and Budget. I hope my friends in the economy and development planning will not take issue with this. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the referral and the guidance. We believe that the two committees will effectively perform the task that we have referred to them. So, Speaker, ordinarily when the Minister for Finance presents his budget or mid-year review, and if my friends opposite were there, we'll ordinarily have an opportunity as leadership to thank the Minister for the presentation of the mid-year review. I don't know if we will do that or we want to continue with other business before us.
Well, if it is the pleasure of the House that the leader should, on their behalf, express some kind words of gratitude to the minister, why not? It will be permitted. But let me just acknowledge the presence at the distinguished visitors gallery of some members of the National Democratic Congress national executives. We have present with us the national chairman himself, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia. We also have the chief executive of the National Democratic Congress, in the person of Fifi Kwete. And we have one of our former leaders, recently left us voluntarily as a deputy minority leader at our last parliament, but now occupying a very privileged position. I'm told he is now in charge of the financial intelligence Security and Exchange Commission, in the person of Honorable James Kuriche Aveji, longest serving chair of Public Accounts Committee. We also have from the Bank of Ghana, the governor of the bank himself, in the person of Dr. Johnson Esiema. We have the first deputy governor in the person of Zachary Mumuni, and the second deputy governor, Matilda Asante Asiedu. Also with us are officials of the Ghana Revenue Authority. We have the Controller General himself, Mr. Anthony Kwasi Sapon, and then the Commissioner in charge of the Customs Division, Brigadier General The writing is difficult to read. It's Annan. The person who wrote it. The Annan is spelled A-N-A-A-N. Is that how it's spelled? Annan. And we also have a commissioner, the CID, Honorable Dr. Alex Adumaku Mensah. We have officials from the Ministry of Finance. The Chief Director is here, Mr. Patrick Nimo, my former neighbor. We have the Director of the Budget, Mr. Isaac. Is it Franco? And the Coordinating Director, David Collison. Please, next time, take your time and write the names. I think the person was in a haste, so it's very difficult to read. Honorable members, on your behalf, I warmly welcome them to the House, and I thank them so much for their support, particularly the moral support they have given us. I hope they will appear before the committee to assist the committee to do a good job so that we don't leave any room for those who are absent to raise red flags. We may now grant permission to the majority leader if he wants a few words to thank our Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to, on behalf of my colleagues in the House, thank the Minister of Finance for such a wonderful presentation. The Minister for Finance's delivery was splendid. We clearly understood every policy initiative that he has dealt with, how he has dealt with it, and what his plans are for the country. So, Speaker, I know that from a very personal level, the last 6 months have not been an easy period for the Minister for Finance. It's been a very difficult period for him because he's had to deal boldly and decisively on issues that many who have come before him have hesitated to deal with. I want to assure him that this House stands solidly behind him in the performance of his duties. We will continue to back him to ensure that proposals that he brings to this House are expeditiously approved so that he can effectively address the challenges of this country. So, Speaker, for once, I listened to a mid-year budget review without biblical quotations by Bible-wielding ministers who have ended up digging a hole without a cathedral emerging.
Majority Leader, you have to thank the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, to thank the minister for limiting the number of biblical quotations.
I don't want you to thank. Thank him and let's go.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that our friends opposite fled the chamber before he presented the media review. It is obvious that they have been monitoring the performance of the economy. And they knew that this media review was going to unearth the wastage, the thievery, and the mess that was bequeathed to the NDC government, the abysmal performance of our predecessors. And they knew that he is going to recount the very positive steps that have been taken in the last 6 months. This is indeed the basis of the minority fleeing the chamber before the presentation of the budget. Every Ghanaian knows that the incidents that happened in Ablekuma North are not grave to the extent that a whole minority will refuse to listen to the mid-year budget, which concerns the welfare of all Ghanaians.
Majority Leader, don't tempt me.
Mr. Speaker, I'm still thanking the minister.
You are to express the gratitude of the House to the minister. Don't go into troubled waters. Just do that and let's move.
Mr. Speaker, so I want to thank the Minister for Finance for scaring and intimidating my friends opposite. Speaker, on a more serious note, I think that we need to address the walkout. And I'm saying that the walkout is as a result of the good news that the Finance Minister was bringing. And we thank the Finance Minister for bringing the mid-year review to us. We are very grateful to him and will continue to assure him of our support. Thank you very much, Mr. Atto Forson.
Honorable members, may I now refer you to Order Paper Addendum 2. We have one item there to deal with, which is the presentation and first reading of bills. The Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 by the Minister for Roads and Highways.
An act to establish the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to provide sustainable financing for the maintenance and rehabilitation of public roads, bridges, and related infrastructure in the country and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration and report to the House. I will want to yield the chair to my deputy so that you can continue with the other business whilst I go to perform, as you all know, the launch of the second anniversary of the Democracy Cup. We need some of you to be present for me to do so. Not all of you, because we have some business to continue with. At least we should have a quorum to transact business, even if not to take decision. The lunch will not take a long time. After that, the other members can come to join. Please, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
And you heard there the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbane. calling in his deputy to come and sit in the chair. This is after the mid-year budget review presentation by the finance minister. The preliminary comment from the majority leader, Mahama Yariga. So Mr. Bernard Ahiafo, the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo has now taken the seat of the Speaker of Parliament. Let's hear what he also has to say.
7C. Item 7C.
Be a wrap from Parliament. It's been a long day and a long afternoon, I should say. The Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atuforsin, giving us that mid-year budget review presentation and also the reactions, immediate reactions coming in. Of course, I still do have in the studio with me Sisters Donwulo and Helen Ampofo, all here. Well, I just want to get your preliminary thoughts and really any further comments you've got.
Kokonte has reduced. The price of Kokonte has gone down. I mean, you saw how I sprung.
I nearly put it on my X actually, but I just said, Beatrice, you haven't put anything on X since he started. So if he's speaking about Kokonte, don't put it there. It would be like that was the only thing you heard. So I just refrained from doing that.
But it's a good hearing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've had a lot of things today. I mean, I don't know, was the reading preceded by an apology? I don't believe
I didn't get my apology.
No,
I didn't get my apology. And I'm not happy, really. Like I said, I think that we have taken this thing for granted for too long, where we advertise, and by the time I realize we have overshot by 3 hours, and we are still on. Still
if you are
waiting.
counting from 10, it will be more than 3 hours.
More than 3 hours, yes. And it shouldn't be. You see, I understand that, like I also mentioned at the very beginning, that it's an opportunity for the political football to be played and the ball to be passed around for people to make their demands, compromises reached and all of that. But it should not be at the expense of the rest of the country. And we saw that minority eventually, as we all said, suspected, boycotted.
Stepped out.
And they actually did find their way to the car park at Jubilee House.
Yes.
Yes, they were there.
But I actually suspected
to see the president. You thought they were going to go somewhere else?
No, I knew they would be there, but I was almost 100% sure they would not meet the president. In fact, when we were off air, I told somebody that it's likely Julius Deborah might meet them. And of course, we saw the Chief of Staff plus Stan Dugbe meeting them.
Yes, but you cannot boycott my budget and say I should meet you. Because I say listen to my budget. You say you won't listen, but you want to come and meet me. I'll also not be available. I'm not saying that is what happened, but I'm just saying that that could have been another compromise, or one of the compromises that would have or should have been reached. But yes, like Helen is taking away Kokonte price falling. I am excited about the Big Push projects. You heard the number of roads that were mentioned. That list included roads that I personally know, roads in the Upper West region that have not seen work in years. There's the Tumu Heng stretch, another one spanning through to Laura, which goes through the holy village of Ulo, by the way.
Yeah, because that's where you're from.
These are roads that have not seen work in years.
But I was hoping to hear the Suhum one.
Oh, there was no, it wasn't Suhum. It's the
Sunyang Outer Road, something like that.
No, not Sunyang. Here na. The Amasaman side. There's one of the stretches that has been mentioned there, and of course the Dodowa Road.
Wait, when you say Amasaman, is it the one that you pass through to Kumasi? Oh, so that's how that road is, that's the name of that road, because it's been very terrible for a long time. So if they are going to work on it.
Remember he said that there were some of the projects that were given out without funding allocation. Yes, and the Dodowa one I think is mentioned under that. And the other road that I'm struggling to get a name is also been captured under that. So we expect to see some work on these roads that have been mentioned.
And if you're watching us on Facebook, sisters, the names of the roads are actually being shown here. Oti, the bridge on Oti River, Dambai. You talked about the Tumu Hamile Road, Navrongo Tumu Road, Wenchi Road, Sola Road, Sunyai Outer Ring Road. Yes, at Impoku. Okay, it's really a lot. It's like over 40. So yes, I don't know which one perhaps you wanted to remember.
And there are these fall under 3 different descriptions. He spoke about the big push. He spoke about the ones that were awarded without funding allocation, associated with them. And there's another one to the 166 constituencies that have issues with roads, and which were also identified. So yes, we know that roads are a big problem in this country. And so if this will give any glimmer of hope at all, it is something that we expect to at least reconnect communities and enable people to commute from town to town, and also between regions. The Tumu one particularly, I am most interested in. Tumu, Laura, Hamile, Hang. See, all of those stretches, these are roads that have not seen work in years. Yes, and these are also international roads. They are not just roads that connect us within country. The Hamile Road, for instance, takes us straight into the border, the border town. And that would mean connecting Ghana into Burkina Faso. And so it's important that work really is done on these roads, not just mention them, receive the applause, then we go back. Because for some time we saw some roads like that. Every single budget captured those roads, and no work was ever done on those roads. This shouldn't be the same story.
Indeed. Yeah, Helen, anything else you wanted to add? A few more
key takeaways. I know we're not going in any particular order. Honorable Atuforsin also mentioned inheriting a very hefty wage bill. He says particularly employment that was given towards the end of last year. And that has been a very big bone of contention, especially as far as the minority is concerned, that these are everyday Ghanaians who need jobs. But there's been that cry of foul, in these recruitments. And so it was interesting to hear that also come up as being a reason why we have such a hefty wage bill, some rushed employment or some rushed engagement, if you will, given in the last administration. I'm sure that will give Parliament a lot of fodder for discussions tomorrow. In fact, tomorrow is when you really will be getting the reactions.
Will be in Parliament. I don't know whether they would want to comment since they boycotted it. They want to say anything about it.
There will be items that they will certainly highlight, talk about. I can bet my last peswa on that. Also, in fact, in Beaches, we were talking about this as the minister was speaking. The dollarization of everything. Oh my God,
that was one of my major highlights.
Yes. So that is something that, of course, piqued our interest, but it's not the first time we've heard this, that we're not going to dollarize our goods and items and services.
Let's hope that this time we're able to deal with the matter. But you know
funny enough, at the time he was making the presentation, I was going through, I was checking out something on the internet, and this within Ghana here. I was trying to check out some rates, all quoted in dollar denominations, and these were some tourist sites I was checking out, And so I was looking at the accommodation, the transportation, and whether there are any companies or events, organizations right here in this capital that facilitate these movements. And all the things I saw on the internet, dollar denominated. You don't see any quote in Ghana cedi. You see, one can understand why these people would want to do this. That you are looking at not just the domestic market, but you're also looking at people who are coming into the country and would want to visit some of the places. And so you want to give a quote that they can relate to. But why not even have the quotes in Ghana cedis? Then you can have the dollar equivalent for the people coming in. Or if just have it in the cedi denomination, when they come in, they will understand. But we need to begin to respect our Ghana cedi.
I mean, I really just pray that we'll do our promise of dealing with this. But I want us to go back briefly to Parliament now, because a member of the Finance Committee, Isaac Adongo, is currently addressing the press.
Have you heard that nurses trainees are saying they have not been paid? But the proponents that were telling and scaring the people of Ghana that when you vote for John Dramani Mahama, he will abolish teacher trainee and nursing trainee, are now seeing that we are the people delivering those interventions. So today, I want you to take the good news out. You were here with your cameras and you saw and heard the good news. Today, we are able to pay our people. We want you to take the good news out. You were here with your cameras and you saw and heard the good news. Today, we are able to pay our people we have borrowed monies from. So we are not doing DDEP, we are paying pensioners their money. We are not going onto the international capital market to beg for people that we took the money that we cannot pay them. We are paying our public debt. We are making sure that the rating of our country is improving. And today, Fitch has told the people of Ghana and the world that we are doing a good job in managing this economy. And we believe that Moody's, Standard & Poor's will follow suit in rating the country. But even most importantly is the fact that all the interventions that His Excellency listed that he will deliver to the people of Ghana, we have begun delivering them. We are identifying major projects under the big push. The people who said they didn't know what we were going to do with the big push, today they know what the big push is about and the projects that we have earmarked to implement under the big push. For those of you who were wondering what 24-hour economy can do for the people of Ghana, we have indicated how we are going to drive growth through the 24-hour economy. The Growth 24 is there. We have also indicated how we will use the 24-hour economy to improve transportation and to improve tourism in our country. I'm sure our colleagues who ran away from the presentation because they knew that the bullet punch that was coming was too heavy. At least you listen to your economy and not Bible quotations, right? Did you hear any Bible quotation? It is mid-year review and not a sermon in church. And that is what we mean by managing the economy. Not people who come wearing white and quoting the Bible and imposing more taxes and more hardships on the people. So I want to assure you that this is just the beginning. A lot more should be expected, and that we are blessed to have a finance minister who understands the plight of Ghanaians. And together with His Excellency and the government in general, we will work very hard to ensure that the lives of Ghanaians are improved. So ladies and gentlemen, we will come back next week probably and we'll begin a debate on the budget once the report of the budget committee is presented on the floor and members can make inputs when that is done.
How ready is your side for the debate?
Oh, we are ready right now.
Today we can start the debate.
We can start the debate now. The people who run away are the ones we should look for to ask them why are they run away. We are ready. When you are selling a very good product, you don't fear anybody. We have a good story to tell the people of Ghana, and so we are ready any day to sing the song for the people of Ghana.
Any day, any time.
Yes.
All right. right, so that was the chairman of the Finance Committee addressing the media, largely saying that...
Yes, and we are continuing our coverage of the...
Ghana. You know what? Just wait for us as we pay our bills. We'll be back very shortly.
Good to go. Big dreams, little time. There's a boat for you to ride every single time. Yeah. While the errands will link up or more, hop in a boat and get out and explore. There's a boat for you to ride. Yeah. Make moves with boat. Use code KEEPMOVING50 for 50% off your first 3 rides. Download the boat app now. Make moves with boat.
Looking for the ultimate fun experience for your party, school event, health walks, or corporate hangout? Look no further than Games on Wheels Ghana. We bring the game to you literally. With our fully equipped mobile game truck, you and your guests can enjoy the latest games on PlayStation, pool table, soccer table, giant Jenga, and table tennis. All in a cool climate-controlled setup. Whether it's Ludo or Ware, Draft, the excitement never stops. Founded in 2020, Games on Wheels Ghana is the first of its kind in the country, delivering premium on-the-go entertainment right to your doorstep. Perfect for birthdays, weddings, team building events, and more. So why stress about planning fun when Games on Wheels Ghana can roll it right to you? Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Games on Wheels GH. Book today and level up your next event. Games on Wheels Ghana. We bring the fun to you.
Your journey never stops. A new adventure awaits you, just a few clicks away. A road trip or vacation, a time to connect with those we care about. We take on the hassle so you don't have to. We are here to give you the freedom to go places. Whoop a car. Rent a car in a few clicks.
Introducing Coa Mixture, Coa Plus Mixture, and Coa MT Mixture. Broadsheet teams, try Coa MT Mixture. Coa Mixture, Coa Plus Mixture, and Coa MT Mixture are not recommended for pregnant women, lactating mothers, and children under 12 years. Always take a malaria test before using Coa MT Mixture. Choose Coa Mixture, Coa Plus Mixture, and Coa MT Mixture for your health needs. Available now at pharmacies nationwide. For bulk purchases, contact 0244 726611 or 0591 565 778. This advert is FDA approved.
And we're wrapping up our coverage of the mid-year budget review presentation done by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiela Tuforsin. Of course, Sisters Dongulo and Helen Ampofo are still in the studio with us as we bring our thoughts to how do I put it?
To a wrap.
To a wrap, yes.
Because you are forgiven. It's been a long morning.
It's been a long day.
Yes, so I was saying earlier, and I think that was what Helen said earlier before we went for that break about the dollarization of the economy. And I was just saying that if indeed we are able to deal with this, it would make things a lot more better in our housing sector. Even that tourist thing that you talked about, I was very surprised that it was priced in dollars. I haven't seen that.
Yes. They gave the quotations in dollar denomination, and I was wondering, and there are guest houses, hotels that you get into, and they are quoting in dollars. I'm sure that these are things we can easily just find out or do a simple Google search, and you see that they are mentioning the figures in dollars. It's not helping us. You see, and the moment we do that, then the focus, and you see that I was watching this other movie, it's Nigerian, on one of the platforms, and you see the way even in our movies, the way we easily, to demonstrate that you are rich, you are splashing dollar notes and you are spending dollar, and our singers are talking about being rich in music videos, they are displaying dollar notes. All those are things that are hurting us. And as a people, we need to reorient ourselves.
Indeed.
Because if you are doing a music video and you are demonstrating wealth, or a movie and you are demonstrating wealth, it should be carry the 200 Ghana notes. That also carries
That's the highest
some weight.
denomination we have.
Exactly. Let's reorient ourselves.
Yes, let's get a quick thought of Nicholas Isaac Agbana. He's development economist and chartered economist. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's first get your reaction, your overall assessment of the mid-year budget review presented by Dr. Kasiola Tuforsin just some minutes ago.
Thank you. Just a little correction. I'm a development economist and chartered accountant. So it's a great review. I think the numbers that he presented in terms of half-year performance for revenue and expenditure are sound. What is left now is implementation of all the measures that he announced to address revenue as well as expenditure. And I also think that the other critical bit is the execution of the real sector programs in agriculture, in industry, in trade, in energy and tourism. That is my initial reaction.
For you, what stood out?
Well, the key thing that stood out for me was that revenue performance was on track. Although he says that customs revenues has dropped, I thought the drop would have arisen because of the cedi appreciation. But what I was surprised to hear was that it's because of leakages. But most importantly, they are rolling out new measures, including artificial intelligence, restructuring the customs division of GRA to address that. The other significant thing also for me was that he's adjusting the revenue projections because of the new energy sector levy. But he's not increasing expenditure. He's only increasing expenditure to pay for the IPPs, extra fuel. But overall, all the other expenditure items he presented in the original 2025 budget remain the same, except to pay for the additional fuel costs we need to keep the lights running.
And indeed, we also heard the finance minister say that things are going to, as in the second half, will be better than we've seen even in the first half. Listening to the numbers he gave, like you are attesting to, are you very confident that the fast pace at which we've seen the first half go, perhaps it will be double in the second half?
Well, I think the external environment especially looks good. I mean, all the outlook is that gold prices would continue to remain high at least until the rest of the year. And that helps the balance of payment situation so that the Bank of Ghana can continue to build reserves to support the cedi, which, of course, is very critical. That we don't have the cedi going back and dancing again and creating all the macroeconomic instability. Second, also, is that interest rates are trending downwards. I think it's very significant to note that T-bills dropped very sharply, as he mentioned, from around 26% to around 13% now. Most importantly, the Bank of Ghana bills that were around 28, 29% also have dropped sharply. What these two developments mean then is that we should see more lending by financial institutions to the private sectors. They will now be looking for alternative places to put their money, not to pack their money into government bills as has happened in the past. Because quite clearly, as we also heard from him, he has reduced the borrowing that originally he planned for 2025. And what that means then is that financial institutions will no longer have so much money to put into government. There will be not much opportunity to invest in government treasury bills. And they have no option than to lend more to the private sector. And private sector needs money for us to grow other sectors of the economy.
Now, moving forward, we heard the finance minister, and that's my last question to you. We heard the finance minister say that they were going to continue with the measures that have brought us here. What else would you expect them to do, as in the government, in order to maintain this stability and even improve on it, as the government is telling us will be done?
Well, in terms of new measures, I don't expect any new measures. What I expect is implementation of what is rolled out. Already when they presented the 2025 budget, quite a good number of measures were put out already. And now, as we heard from him, there are some new measures, especially to address the revenue shortfalls. For instance, the decision to cancel the subsidy on the marine gas oil, I think is a very bold one that carries with it some political risk, because that is what typically goes to fishermen to use for fishing, and that always has some political effect. But I think it's a very bold decision to cancel, because previous governments have tried all kind of premix committees to ensure that there are no leakages, but they have taken the bold decision to remove that subsidy so that we don't have those leakages and government will get that revenue. What I do expect is that probably they may have some mitigating factors so that at least fishermen can get fuel to at a much more affordable price for fishing purposes.
Mr. Isaac Agbana, thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
And you heard Nicholas Isaac Agbana. He's development economist and a chartered accountant. And that will be a wrap for us, sisters.
The conversation continues tomorrow on Sunrise.
Indeed, with Helen Ampofo and yourself, right?
Johnny Hughes.
Exactly. So we'll be back tomorrow, and that's when we'll really get into the meat of the matter, okay? It's been a long morning, a long day. Just ruminate on what Honorable Ato Forson has said. And also check out our latest poll on the socials, on X particularly. We're asking you,
simple question.
Ato really forcing?
Simple question.
And perhaps to verify the price of kokonte on the market.
Absolutely.
No, but that one we can easily get it.
Okay.
So
that's your dinner?
Join us tomorrow.
I mean, so at least when you go to your favorite kokonte spots,
if the price is not